Oregon's Educational Support Professional of the Year and was awarded $5,000 and a commemorative plaque for his outstanding contributions to his school and his community. So again, congratulations to John McIntyre, and then also great thanks to our staff who put a lot of time and effort into these programs to deliver those awards. On a financial front, Lottery was once again awarded the Gold Star Certificate for Accounting Excellence from the state CFO's office for 2024. This is equivalent to the GFOA Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting that is probably more broadly known. But this is an award that we get pretty regularly. So, for our staff and our accounting staff, kudos to them for all the work they put in. It's a full-time job here, obviously, for them, and they put a lot of work into all of our financial reporting, the information that you guys are provided. And as the CFO has noted in this, we get audited annually, and those audits always come out very positive for us. So congratulations to our financial team. It's nice to see that award come in every year. It's just kind of that extra assurance that our team is doing a great job in their activities. So when it comes to sales, overall sales are down 3% from last year, but scratch sales are up 10%, with the $20 price point increasing 24.5% year to date. Our $30 40th anniversary pot of gold remains our top selling game for 27 consecutive weeks. So we're super excited about that. Powerball and Mega Millions sales remain low, with Mega Millions trailing last year's figures by 6.6% and Powerball by 48.9%. And this is due mainly in part to smaller jackpots. They've been hit more often, therefore we don't have these big jackpot runs. They don't attract as many people. People want to win $1 billion. They don't want to win millions anymore. So we're really hoping for $1 billion prize run sometime soon. As far as Cash Pop has generated $3.5 million in sales over its 19 weeks since we launched Cash Pop, outperforming the retired game Lucky Limes, which averaged only $1.8 million annually. So we're excited about that. It's definitely producing more revenue than the previous game, which was the intent of that replacement. So I'm super excited. Video lottery sales continue to trend down. We're down 1.4% in that. And sports betting remains strong with a 15.4% increase in turnover compared to last year. And as always, I'm going to wrap up today's report with a few winner stories. Lisa S. from Portland is a first-time winner who always plays the same numbers: her birth date, her birth year, and her husband's. While playing Keno at the American Legion in Portland, she saw her 8 numbers hit. She originally thought it was for $25,000, but went online and learned it was actually a jackpot worth $32,151.80. She has a condo in Mexico and is now planning a trip with her winnings. Rhonda A. of Tualatin was called one of the most enthusiastic first-time winners we've encountered, according to staff. Rhonda was playing at Boston's Pub and Grill in Wilsonville and hit a jackpot worth $6,712 playing Ocean's Magic. Right after the win, she headed to the Wilsonville Claim Center with a smile and fists pumping in the air with excitement. She said her winnings are going to go into savings. And then Lynn Z. of Portland, a regular at G&S Market, has a tradition of buying one scratch it for herself and one for her cashier. She only meant to buy a $2 ticket, but when given a $20 double strike instead, she didn't want to make a fuss and bought it anyway. That small act led to a big surprise. The ticket was a $200,000 winner. When claiming her prize at the Wilsonville office, Lynn was willing to have her photo taken because she said, "I never thought real people won. Now I know they do." And that concludes my report for today. So back to you, Chair.
The minutes of the previous commission meeting have been circulated to the Commission in advance of today's meeting. If there are no changes to the minutes, is there a motion to approve?
You go ahead.
All right. I move that the minutes of the Oregon State Lottery Commission meeting held on April 25th, 2025 be approved as final as presented today.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Conrad,
Aye.
Commissioner Geller,
Aye.
Commissioner Weller,
Aye.
Chair Ramirez.
Aye. For the record, the motion has passed. All right, now we'll move on to the lottery revenue forecast.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Mitchell Desa with the Oregon Office of Economic Analysis. I'm not sure if my video is going to work here. Can you all hear me okay? Oh, that's not a good sign. Were you wanting me to share my screen here, or did you have a copy of the presentation to share? Either way is fine.
Yeah, if you can share.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay. Sorry, one sec. I'm more used to Teams here and Zoom, but I think it should be.
We can see your screen now, Mitchell.
Okay, great. All right, sorry about the delay. Thanks for having me here to talk about this most recent lottery forecast. We released our forecast on May 14th, 2025, so relatively recently. We'll start off with just an economic overview and then get into the actual specifics for lottery. So when we look at the state of the economy right now, we know that there's a lot of uncertainty. We think of the Federal Reserve as having kind of a dual mandate. The first part of that would be focusing on price stability, trying to make sure inflation isn't increasing at levels that are causing the economy to overheat, so to speak. So in previous years, we were worried a lot more about inflation post-pandemic. Inflation has been coming down over the last few years, but progress has somewhat stalled with disinflation, and some of the uncertainty, especially regarding tariffs, are leading us to be a little more uncertain in the inflation realm going forward. The chart on the right there shows the West region as well as the overall US's core CPI. So that's the consumer price index excluding food and energy at a 3-month annualized rate. So yeah, again, inflation's coming down, but some uncertainty is leading us to be not exactly as sure what the Federal Reserve will do going forward. The other side of the federal, oh, sorry, question.
You'll be able to close that little live caption sub.
Oh my gosh. Yes, I'm so sorry. I think so.
Then the view that we're seeing your notes as well as the next slide. So you might want to change the view. I think if you go to display settings up at the top.
Thanks.
And click that one. That should work.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Does that look more normal? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate that. So the other part of the Federal Reserve's mandate is trying to keep the economy at maximum employment, keeping an eye on unemployment rate, making sure people who are trying to find jobs are able to do so. So taking a look at the chart on the left there, it's the Oregon and the US unemployment rate seasonally adjusted by month. So we can see that post-pandemic unemployment rate was coming down relatively quickly, and we're now starting to see things pick back up a little bit there. The chart on the right there shows Oregon's labor matching. So that's on the x-axis there, the labor market tightness. So how many job vacancies there are compared to how many unemployed people there are. And then the y-axis there is the job finding rate, so the percent of unemployed people who are able to find a job. So we can see the labor market is getting tighter. Previous years are in different colors there, and this most recent 2025 data is in red. So you can see the labor market is getting a little tighter, and the job finding rate is also getting a little lower over the years there. Taking another look at unemployment claims here, this is for Oregon specifically, looking back over the years at unemployment insurance claims for both initial and continuing claims. We can see this data shows that things look relatively normal. We saw the spike in spring that's associated with spring break, and we see a lot of school staff taking unemployment for that week, but then it decreased in line with previous years. So taking a look at the initial claims, it doesn't look like too much is out of the ordinary. And then continuing claims, relatively similar. We're starting to see slightly elevated continuing claims levels, but nothing that's really out of the ordinary for previous years. Some other economic indicators here, trying to see how people are doing with different loan types here on the chart on the left. So this is taking a look at how many of these types of loans are delinquent. We know credit card debt has been rising relatively recently, as well as auto loan debt is another one that's coming back up. And then we're going to be keeping a close eye on student loan debt as well, as there have been some recent changes. So collections will be resuming on student loan debt. And then the chart on the right there shows the unemployment insurance benefit exhaustion rate for Oregon. So that's how long people stay on the full year of unemployment that they're eligible for. And so it looks like right now it was increasing since it reached a low after the pandemic, but it does look like it's tapering off again now, somewhere around the 30% range. So another little piece of employment data here, just breaking things down by region. So the Portland region, you can see in the past 12 months has not changed much, but still today compared to pre-COVID is still lagging a little bit compared to pre-COVID. There are some regions in Oregon. Yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Charlie. Can
No
you go
problem.
back? I just got a quick question on the unemployment claims.
Yeah, this slide or this one?
So
Yep.
appreciate that. So looking at the initial claims, the one on the left,
Yep.
is there going to be any, I guess my question is, the issues that unemployment has had with Francis Online and the glut of claims that they haven't been able to process, are there going to be any changes to any of those lines? Are we going to see anything different that we should take into account or asterisks at this point in time?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I know that there was a little hiccup when they initially implemented or changed to Francis Online. I don't know if the changes that they're making now will have any more impacts on these, but we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and I should have mentioned in the beginning, feel free to jump in with questions. I appreciate you doing that. So yeah, just by region here, some regions are doing particularly well in Oregon, like the Central region and the Willamette Valley. Both of those look better today compared to COVID, as well as year-over-year growth is looking pretty good for those regions. Then taking a look at wages for Oregonians here, nominal wages are expected to increase in the next few years, but adjusted for inflation, the real wage is expected to stay relatively similar going forward. And wage growth is expected to kind of maintain that 4% growth that we've been seeing relatively recently. We've noticed a couple negative signs in the economy as of late, mostly related to the elevated uncertainty that we've been seeing. So one thing that we've seen is consumer sentiment is faltering as of late. With the chart on the left there, the share of spending by income group, we can see that the top 10% of earners now account for half of all spending. And the chart on the right there shows the consumer sentiment by income group. So those three colors, blue is the lower third, green is the middle third, and yellow is the upper third. And all three you can see have been lowered in recent months in terms of consumer sentiment. So that's kind of a picture of the economy. A lot of uncertainty again going into this forecast. So with that, we'll go into this more specific lottery overview. Starting off with a quick look at tracking. So tracking is comparing the actual sales in blue compared to our previous March forecast in yellow there. And when we were looking at the tracking for the previous forecast, we were roughly $12 million below what we had estimated based on the weekly sales data. We were down mostly on video there, and traditional is kind of offsetting, so not too much of an error on the traditional side. That's mostly because Mega Bucks and Scratches have seen relatively stronger sales, while Powerball sales were lower than expected for this particular tracking period. We made some forecast revisions as a result of some changes we've been seeing. Scratch It sales have been rising, especially with the implementation, as mentioned, of that higher price ticket. And Mega Million sales have also been a little higher than expected, and we expect the pricing change from the $2 to $5 ticket to lead to some higher jackpots and higher sales going forward. And then Powerball and video sales have been a little lower than expected, so we've lowered those going forward. And then taking a look at how our forecast has changed for the end of this current biennium and going into the next biennium as well. So again, traditional for the end of this current biennium is increased just a little bit, while video is mostly down. So overall, we're down about 8 million. And then for next biennium, taking a look at sales forecasts, we can see that traditional, similar story. Traditional is up a little bit, video is down, and sports are up just a little bit. So overall, for the next biennium, down about 36 million, 37 million.
Hey, Mitch, Charlie,
Yep.
Sorry to keep interrupting your flow. Can you go back?
No. Yeah.
If you can help me out, understand the decreases in the forecast revisions. I'm trying to figure out, is that an aggregation? So as I'm looking at Powerball, for instance, right? Everything is minus 2.1%. Everything's been decreased by that. Are those numbers aggregated over time? Because as I think about it, there's going to be a cascading effect through time of what that's going to look like. And so just in looking at trying to understand how that would play out over time in those reductions, is there an aggregation due to a cascading effect as time continues on? Or is really 2.1% for the next, whatever that is, 8 years, really the right way to go about doing that? Just trying to understand that, if you can help me out. Does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah. So it's not like we're not necessarily saying that it's going to decrease by that amount. This is just kind of the amount that we revised our sales. So I think like all these games are still expected to grow slightly, but just at slightly lower rates. And I don't think that there's the aggregation effect where I guess it kind of compounds. Is that what you're asking about going forward? So like 2033 would be a lot lower, for example, if more than just 2.0%, because we keeps knocking off 2.1% every year. Is that your question? Am I answering that correctly?
Okay. The difference between a linear reduction versus an exponential reduction, or over
Yeah,
time.
so this is more of a linear reduction, and I think that like we are just displaying the data like this. So it's just a 2.1% decrease in the amount that we had expected or we had projected previously. So there's not an aggregation effect that is causing like sales in 2033 to look preposterously low or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So then taking a look more closely at video sales here, we can see that they are rising, but slower than last year and still below forecast. So 2025 is the gold bar in the chart on the left. We can see with the slightly better weather, we saw an increase somewhat in line with previous years, but honestly lower than most previous year increases with related to the warmer months. And then video lottery sales change year over year, percent change year over year is the chart on the right. So we can see compared to last year, we are down slightly. We didn't see the ice storm that we did in January of 2024. So we didn't get that. So we got a slight bump in the year over year numbers for that January period, but overall numbers are down a little bit year over year for video lottery. So then moving into our preliminary video forecast here. So for the video lottery sales, we have a 4-week average of the actuals in gold there. And then in gray is our previous forecast for March, as well as our current one for June. So going forward, video lottery sales have been lowered slightly, about 2 to 4% compared to the next biennium, compared to the previous forecast. And then we like to take a look at gaming as a share of personal income to try and see how much people are spending on things like casino gaming, as well as the Oregon Video Lottery. So for US casino gaming and video lottery overall, we've been seeing a slight downward trend. So we expect that to continue as more options come up to compete for people's entertainment dollars, but we'll keep an eye on this trend and see if anything changes there. And then taking a look at sports betting. So sports betting transfers, again, original estimates here are in gold. Our previous estimate from March is in blue, and our current estimate is in gold. Sorry, So the latest quarterly transfer was a little higher than usual and deferred until next quarter. So you can see that there's a slight bump for the 2026 value for fiscal year 2026. And we're not quite sure yet if that higher than usual latest quarterly transfer is the beginning of the trend with sports betting or just a one-up. So we haven't adjusted the forecast too much as a result of that, but we'll keep an eye on it going forward. And then sports betting margin going forward is 11.1%. It was previously at 10.9%, so slightly increased there. And then sports betting transfers are forecast to be roughly the same at 34%. This is a very detailed look at table B9, summary of the lottery resources and their allocation. And so it looks like for the current biennium, we're expecting an ending balance of 45 million that will transfer over to 2025, 2027. And that is all my presentation. I realize I have a timeline and next steps in here from that, but it's kind of older news. But if you have any more questions that I can answer now or future ones that you would like to email me with, feel free to reach out. But yeah, that's kind of the state of the lottery forecast.
We'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Board Commissioner have any topics. No?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear that. Was that a question?
Well, that was not a question.
Okay.
So with that, we will now take a short break. We're going to reconvene at 10 a.m. For a formal work session to review the FY25 strategic plan and the draft of the 26 strategic plan. Okay.
Yeah, where's the breakfast food at the bar?
I don't know.
I think a little bacon, a little
Yeah.
bean, use some extra cheese.
We should, we'll see about that. Yeah. I think the closest place that we've gone to is like,
Yeah.
several blocks back to what's in.
Yeah, all the mics, but they have, yeah, no, right here. Nothing walkable.
Nothing walkable.
No,
Yeah.
food trucks come sit in the parking lot for a little bit.
We only when we've had events, we've had a couple of food trucks come through. Yeah, well, for the all hands we had, didn't we have a food truck that came through? One before that?
I figured, given all the government employees, that food truck would come sit in the parking lot and be everyone to go to the.
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen it since I've been here, but other than the one that. Yeah. Yeah.
It's on EG and it's always a food truck in the
Yeah.
areas and industrial parks.
Yes. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me, Chris?
Test, test, test.
Well, back there.
Test, 1, 2, 3.
This is a tilt. What is, where's the draw?
Just keep pulling on them.
Yeah, you know, I finally found the not lock back side of it. But- Oh, there we go.
The Oregon State Lottery Commission work session is back in open session and a quorum of commissioners is still present. Director Wells, I'll pass it to you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Chair. Again, thank you guys for being here. As I said at the beginning, we appreciate the time to be in front of you to share kind of our accomplishments over the last year and where we're going strategically for FY26. So thank you. I want to start today by just the fact that we're often in Zoom session. There's a lot of behind the scenes help to make this possible. And so thank you to our IT team who is actually sitting in the back of the room today. So you actually get to see them. Most of the time they're invisible via Zoom. Also to Elisa Zavala, who hates that I called her out, but she is responsible for planning the majority of our commission meetings, our work sessions. So thank you. Thank you to you guys for all the work you put into this. So also, there's a lot of new faces in this room. Most of the time, our executive team do not have their cameras on when we are in session. So I'm going to ask that those at the table, maybe starting with Nate over there, just introduce themselves and tell you what their role is here at this organization or the organization they work for. So Nate.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nate Carter. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General at the Oregon Department of Justice, and I've been the lottery's contact counsel for the last several years. I've lost count, honestly.
Good morning, all. Matt Shelby. I lead communications and policy for the lottery here.
Clearly, this is my first time trying to use this mic as well. Good morning, CJ Green. I'm the Assistant Director of Operations, not for years, more for months.
I'm Tiffany Corbett. I'm the Assistant Director for Business Services, and I've been here just a little longer than CJ.
Good morning. I'm Justin Hedlund. I'm the Assistant Director for Security. Been here almost 2 years.
Hi, good morning. Ty Calandrello, Deputy Director and Strategy Officer, and also I hold the microphone for Justin.
All right. Well, thank you, team. As I mentioned, really what we'd like to start with today is just kind of review of our accomplishments for fiscal year 25. That's going to really lay a good foundation and a picture of where we're going for fiscal year 26. You guys get to hear a lot from me all the time. And so what I've asked today is really for staff to participate. So you're going to hear from a lot of staff today in presentation, subject matter experts on all the topics that we're going to cover. It's a work session. Please make this interactive. Obviously, we want to be concise with our presentations, but as we have staff presenting, certainly, chime in, ask questions. Let's make this a work session. Let's talk as we go through this. Staff is be very interested in going more in depth. We've kept the slides brief and concise, but definitely we can go as in depth on topics as you guys would like today. So without further ado, I am going to pass the mic over to Ty, who is going to start with some of that SMART goal performance for fiscal year 25.
Thank you very much. So for those that have been around for a while, this should feel familiar in terms of its format. This is the third quarterly report for the year. And I want to call out a few things, especially if you have been following how we've been reporting in previous quarters for the fiscal year. And in this quarter, we definitely identified areas with room for improvement. So for instance, the action plans for lottery product and community sentiment did turn red as plans were not completed on the timeline as the goal was written, but we do expect to have them by Q4 for this fiscal year to be able to implement them more broadly in the next fiscal year. Procedure documentation did move to yellow as we did not get as far as we had planned for the integration of procedures, but we are continuing enhancements to this multi-year goal, which we did start in 23, which was pretty great. What we have achieved so far as a team. And certainly this one in particular is considered more operational for us as we move into the next fiscal year. And we will renew our efforts to advance the maintenance, storage, and usability of these procedures. We are happy to report the delivery of our multi-year strategic plans for both IT and DEIB remain on track, as well as our goal to develop our leaders through LPI. That one we talk about in the challenges section of just permanent goal delay. You might recall we just proactively decided to do that in the fiscal year on a different timeline so we could get our executive team filled out, hire the ADs, and get everyone through the program around the same time. So a great benefit of that particular achievement is just we're speaking the same language within our management team around leadership expectations and accountability. And then though department budget accuracy is red, our overall forecast is set to be at 89% of the total budget that we plan to spend. So that's pretty darn close. It just remains red, right? Because last year when we did this, we were about measuring this at an agency level. This year, we sought to have more precision at the department level. So we have some insights and learning as well there too on some process improvements that will continue from this year into next year. Any questions?
Yes. Go back. If you can go back, what was the first one that you talked about? What was the first one you talked about again? That was red?
The action plans for both lottery product and community sentiment. So it would be the second one and the last one.
Okay. And I guess my question is they went to red and there were some timeline issues and or not meeting the objectives. Was that a function of the assumptions that were rolled into establishing what those objectives and those timelines were? Or was there something else that triggered that? And so basically getting at, is there going to be a revision to the assumptions and how that was rolled out in future projects? Was there some overestimation that really was not accurate?
I think for both of these, at the highest level, it's a bit about the journey. It's about taking a systems thinking view of looking at overall what you're trying to achieve as an objective. So I think in the end, our objective remains the same, but our path to get there took a little bit longer. And we're also just really holding ourselves rigorously to how the goal was written in terms of the timeline, which is why it turned red.
So I guess the quick question is lessons learned then. How's that being revised going forward? And so it's not going to be red next year.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So in terms of for the lottery product profitability, there was a pivot in there as well too in terms of the approach for gathering insights. So we are going to take more of a pilot-based approach in terms of noted there in the accomplishments. So it's a bit more iterative rather than having to necessarily sit back and study it for a longer amount of time, as we can do a little bit more of testing to kind of see, okay, we have a few hypotheses about where there's room for improvement, so those insights, and then we can get more immediate results and then expand on that. So I think there will be an opportunity for some acceleration there as well, and those have been outlined, what we would be doing in the next fiscal year since then. And then on the community sentiment action plan as well, it's just about, I think, tightening up the structure of what that action plan seeks to achieve. Again, the objectives being the same, but the insights there being around, and I think you can appreciate this as well too, the diversity and the stakeholders in the community in which we interact with, and trying to ensure that we are engaging in a meaningful way, and then coming up with ultimately a composite view, a measurement and a score in which we can start to set goals against.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And this is simply just a companion slide here to show alignment with 3 elements of our mission excellence strategy. So master the fundamentals, address deferred maintenance, and continuous improvement. And this has been a multi-year strategy for us, which we are excited continues to work for us and drive our focus. And later in our work session, when we talk about plans for fiscal year 26, you're going to see the updated version of this, the previous slide and this one as well. And this is also another way that we just visualize our strategic planning journey. We've been really thinking about this as a plan that has built momentum over the years, like we're climbing up a staircase. And, you know, you're going to see some evolution in the goals because of what we had done in recent years and how we are sticking to elements of the mission excellence strategy. And then, of course, the more specific SMART goal aspects are outlined here on this slide. All right, any other questions?
You asked Director Wells. You said I could.
Yes.
So the other conversation that I've had quite a bit in other settings, DEIB, now that the term that has taken on nationally. I guess my question is the communication side. Is that still how that's going to be communicated as DEIB? Or is there a way to say it without saying it? And or is there any push from the community and from the sentiment from community members and or the public in general to change that and look at it from a different way and a different perspective? You can still achieve the same goal, but sometimes it's just relabeling it so that you can be more effective and not have the political taint that it currently has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're going to see later on when we talk about the fiscal year 26 strategy, a very similar slide where there is the strategy cascade of our vision to our mission, to our values, and to our commitment to equity. And that remains the same for us as well. We aren't currently having active conversations about necessarily changing the title or the name for that. And in fact, you're going to get an update on how our current DEIB plan is being deployed and the status of that. But we definitely take into account your feedback on that. And I don't know, Director Wells, if you want to make a comment as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is still something that's absolutely supported by the governor's office, by the state DEI. You know, there is no changes that have been asked to be made or we intend to make to that program or the titling at this point. So I think we are sharing later in this presentation, you're going to see what that strategic plan looks like for DEI and the accomplishments we're making. And no matter what the title is, I think the work efforts that we're achieving are actually really valuable, both organizationally and to the community that we serve. So definitely not something that I see changing right away, but certainly paying attention to the national front and what we may or may not need to do. But it's a program that is important to us and that we intend to keep. So I did want to.
Can I just add on that real quick?
Absolutely.
Too? But to your point, Commissioner, I think one of the things that we're also trying to do, and you'll probably hear about it more when we get into the specific update. We have a program called This is DEIB, and it's an effort to kind of highlight things that maybe people wouldn't think they would classify in, you know, DEIB. Like, you know, one of the things we talk about is claims and payments, right? Like we've got 2 payment centers in the Willamette Valley, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. You know, talking about making the payment centers or making it easier for people so you don't have to drive from LeGrand to here, you know, that could be looked at as a, you know, as a DEIB thing. It's about inclusivity. So it's not just about some of the kind of the lightning rod political stuff you might be hearing at a national level, but really kind of bringing it down to a business level to make it just conceptually a bit more approachable and real for our employees. So you'll hear a bit more about that later today.
I appreciate that. And just so I want to just be clear on my concerns and my question, it's nothing against the goals and the objectives, but making sure that there's the best opportunity to achieve those goals and project and objectives without having that taint and it to be turned away. and for it to fail just simply for the label. But people, like you're talking about, the educational component of, no, this is actually what it does. People only get to that superficial level sometimes, and I don't want to see something fail that's got good objectives and goals simply because of that. So that's the concern. I just want to make sure that we can be successful with that. So I appreciate that.
Totally understood. The other comment I wanted to make, going back to the progress dashboard, those goals on there, even though they're red, we have set some pretty aggressive goals for ourselves, for this agency. And we're holding ourselves very accountable to those. So, some of them we're really close to achieving, but we're showing them as red, right? We're percentage points off or percentage points off, but we are trying very hard to be really transparent as to what our progress is on these goals for you and for the agency. And so, although they are red, we are very close to meeting many of those goals, and super excited about the progress we've made. And I see that we will definitely yellows and greens in the near future in all of those. So, but just wanted to cover that with you as well, that this is partly us as an executive leadership team trying to be very true to the goals we've set and the measures that we have set for those. So, all right. Ty, do you have or if you can advance us one. So I'm going to pass the mic now over to CJ and to Lynn Davenport, who are going to talk about our video lottery network that's being revamped. We call this Project Lumen because Lumen is the provider that is doing that work for us. But CJ and Lynn are going to give you a lot more details about progress on this long-term project and how it's going. So pass it over to you, CJ.
Yeah, appreciate that. Again, good morning. Before we get to the afternoon, good morning. We're going to give you a quick update on Lumen. In addition to what we've accomplished in FY25 and what our plan is for 26, we're also going to give you a bit of a background on Lumen for those that are not aware or who may have forgotten, since we haven't routinely reviewed this one. Lynn, you want to go to the next slide?
Oh, sorry. Forgot I had the clicker.
So before we jump into this, Lynn's going to take over on the next slide, but Lynn, you want to introduce yourself? Because I don't want to keep going with this presentation with you not presenting yourself.
Okay, for the record, I'm Lynn Davenport, I'm Regional Manager for Retail Channel.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So I'm just going to touch on the background and then I'm going to hand it over to Lynn. As she mentioned, she runs the account managers for her areas, which is, again, the face of the lottery. Between them and our field service technicians, they're the ones our retailers see on a day in and day out basis. So they are our brand. They are the key component of our retailers. So for Lumen in particular, just quickly, a bit of background on why we even are doing this project. So Lumen, the provider, had notified the lottery before I got here on that they were going to basically decommission or stop supporting their copper network in the state in November of 24, which I think for all of us who may have some knowledge of ISP, it's pretty straightforward. Like, the value of a copper network is no greater than the value of the copper itself based on today's infrastructure. So with that, we entered into an agreement with Lumen to transition our network in the state from copper originally to a cellular / satellite based solution, which did not initially work. It was Lumen's initial proposal. We went through a few installs. It did not initially work. So we quickly pivoted to a broadband based solution, which all of us have in our homes. Most of ours have in our homes. And the network is really about standardizing technology approach. It's about installing and migrating the network across all 3,000 plus of our retailers. And that process includes multiple steps. So it includes initial installation of that broadband, a confirmation of that broadband, and then finally a conversion of that broadband. So for us at the lottery, it's quite a logistics management project to handle. But we're working through it, and we have worked through it through FY25. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Lynn so she can kind of walk you through our progress in 25 and then what our plan is as we move into 26.
Okay, for FY25, there are basically two main objectives. The first was to complete a planned network conversion of 2,095 retailers. We measured the progress by looking at the retailers who had gone through a final conversion versus those retailers that were part of the pre-planned conversion. The second objective was to get an initial an initial view of the network cost structure from the data of the 2,095 retailers who had been put through the conversion for the new network. Specific to the goal, only 471 conversions had occurred to date. The best case scenario, the project finishes FY '25 with 765 conversions, or you can look at it as 36.5% of what Lumen had put forth for the year. Based on the 25 tracking, the lottery initiated a project reset with Lumen. After multiple rounds of discussions with the project team, the Lumen team, and the executive team, excuse me, a reset was finalized in March of this year.
It's, at this point, we're anticipating 765 done for fiscal year 25 as opposed to a target of 2,095. Can we point at anything in particular that caused that kind of a shortfall? That's 36% is not awe-inspiring. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, less than optimal for sure. I'm going to point to the fact that I think our contractor was a little overzealous in the numbers that they gave us. They didn't have a clear plan written out for how they were going to be achieving that. There were several faults along the way in terms of how the strategy and execution was set up. And that's why there was a plan reset, and basically we revisited the drawing board. The other thing that was the initial setback was the change of the type of communication system we were using. We were going to originally start with a Wi-Fi, and then we went to the broadband. That took much longer than anticipated to reset and get equipment ordered in place and configured to start.
Maybe quickly, just to add on to that. First, I appreciate the quick math in your head. I know she said it, but I'm giving you credit. In addition to that, I would say not just an overly zealous timeline from Lumen post-conversion to broadband, but an understaffing from Lumen as well to allow us to actually reach those targets. So that's been part of this conversion and reset process that we've gone through over the last couple of months. And they're actively hiring additional resources to meet our demand in terms of timeline.
So at this point, we do anticipate that September 26 completion to be reasonably accurate.
You'll see that in a couple of slides.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
That was my
Jumping
question
in.
too.
Oh,
I've got a question as well.
Sure, sorry.
Just real quick for, what's the high level of what a conversion is? Is it laying broadband, and is it a modem or something along those lines? Is that really what the part of the conversion? And the other side of that is just given the escalation for capital projects, what's the cost escalation for extending out to 26? Is that changing the contract and the value of actually doing the work itself? Or is Lumen or the contractor going to eat that cost differential?
So I can speak to what it technically means, and then I'm going to pass costs over to you. So to make a conversion with the broadband at this point entails taking a new internet service provider has to run a new cable that's dedicated to the lottery with certain electrical requirements that'll be dedicated. And so we have to run a cable, and then we are placing modems and reconfiguring those. Those ports have been set to be locked so the retailer can't accidentally plug in or use it. And then it's being brought onto our equipment. So it's a multi-staged approach.
Yeah, and maybe one thing to add on that multi-stage approach is it also differs depending on whether it's just a traditional only lottery site or video lottery site. There's a little bit more involvement from our side if it's a video lottery site, because you have to work with the VLTs as well versus just a conversion from a modem standpoint and router standpoint at the lottery location. In terms of cost carrying, so I'll approach it from two fronts. One, the actual capital cost, and two, the actual cost of the program. Capital costs, we're seeing no differentiation there. So we haven't seen, and from an operations side, I'm gonna lean into tariffs. We haven't seen any tariff impact associated with those costs. From a carrying cost standpoint, we had made a strategic decision from an equity standpoint for the retailers to hold their line fees as is as we work through the program to understand what the total cost is, to see if there is going to be any change or no change, right? But from an equity standpoint, you have to look at the totality of things and make sure if we're keeping line fees the same, we do that consistently, we move throughout. But if there does need to be any variance or there's a variance cost to us that we need to include in our budgets, we have an understanding of what that actual cost is before we make a decision on what we do, right? Which is inclusive of all 3,000 plus retailers. So understanding that in the beginning, the team had set aside 15 million to carry any variance in those line fees. So there's money in the budget today to cover those costs. And then as long as we hold steady on our timeline, we should be okay with that predefined amount of money. It's when Lynn gets back to the next slide, that's when you start to see some of the real financial concerns come into play. If you allowed Lumen to stick to their originally proposed timeline coming out of the initial negotiations that we had with their executive team, and then you'll see a reset within the reset on the next slide.
Why is it not moving? There we go. This isn't going to look much better, so hold on for at least another slide. So the graph here is illustrating the initial Lumen schedule provided for the cellular to broadband conversion. The blue bars are the traditional retailers and green bars are video lottery retailers. A couple of items to note as you've reviewed the graph. The proposed Lumen completion date of April of 2027 that you see on the far right side there is well beyond the lottery's defined completion date of September of 2026. The lottery's completion date allowed us to have time for preparation for the new lottery retailer contract that's coming out, and those preparations are set to start in November of 2026. So the original projected timeline certainly isn't in alignment with what we were looking to get or need. Secondly, Lumen hadn't provided the details of the plan of how they were going to get this executed at this rate. They also have not achieved the 144 conversions that are on in the 144 conversions were to become the new standard as of April, and that has not happened. So given that, our executive team engaged with Lumen's leadership team and reset the project according to what the Oregon Lottery needed to see. And the outcomes of these meetings included the specifics behind the plan, as well as a new project timeline. The specifics include several touch points. There's the resources, such as a new project manager, scheduler, as well as increased field support from Lumen. There were processes designed to drive efficiencies through a standardized approach to the conversions. We were able to do this by decoupling the internet service provider's install from the actual final install done at conversion with Lumen. We also, before the conversion, there's a prior check on the ISP install work that's being done to be sure that the cable location is where we need it by our equipment, as well as having dedicated power. And then Lumen is pre-configuring their routers prior to showing up for the conversion. These are going to save us time at the retailer, as well as, minimize the operational disruption for them as well. So on this page, the graph is demonstrating the updated timeline, the cellular to broadband conversion as of March 21st of this year. It denotes two different scenarios. The green assumes a minimal scheduling disruption that may be due to weather, fallout, equipment, resources, which would result in 100% adherence to the schedule. The blue assumes a worst case scenario with the issues resulting in an 80% adherence to the plan schedule. As you'll note, even with the 80% adherence to the project schedule, the updated timeline has projected to be completed prior to the November of 2026, when retail contracts needs the relevant information for the new retailer contract.
Just a quick question. So how did they do in May? Because you had a projection for May on there and today's the last day. How did they do?
They were behind. They took April to do a reset so they could get a number of equipment ordered in, reconfigured, and ready to go. It took them a little longer to get restarted.
Yeah, Chair Ramirez, maybe one thing to add to that too is they are behind. We are seeing improvements in terms of the scheduling, even the number of installs that we're seeing in May compared to April is improved. My pause is there's a bit of a lag in terms of what they initially told us versus what they are doing today, not just in scheduling, but really they were going to front load ISP installs so they could rapidly do the post conversions, meaning just always having a backlog of ISPs that have already been installed so you can go in and do the conversions. They are making progress though. They have shortened the timeline of the conversions from hours to 15 minutes with this pre-configuration. So we're directionally headed in the right space, but we're not green. We're not green in this, even at the 100 or 80%. We're not there yet. We're making progress though. And we're constantly meeting with them at an executive team level too. We meet with them next Monday. So
in terms of when that would start interfering with the contracts in November 26, is there a date you're watching closely, or are we just not going to know for a while?
we watch closely every day. I mean, all joking aside, right?
Yeah.
Because what we do today will impact all the way towards October of next calendar year. So we're not going to wait until January of next calendar year to really raise the red flag. The red flag's already raised, and we're constantly putting pressure on Lumen to actually meet our requirements. And Mike did a great job of working their organization to get us with the right leadership at the Lumen level to actually start driving significant change. That change is just taking longer than we want it to take.
Are there built-in consequences if they fail to hit and we end up with contract problems?
We are working to get that included in the latest amendment, but it is still, it's been a month in process. But yes, that is the desired outcome.
Okay.
So I'll reiterate what CJ said. This project is light years ahead of being on track from a year ago. And we are seeing progress every day in terms of the lottery project team. Had been frustrating for quite some time. The executive team has been doing an excellent job of getting a fire lit under them and getting them motivated. And I'm very, very hopeful that in the next month or so, we're going to come up to speed and be back on track for sure. So the plan for FY26 is to convert 2,500 retail sites. The updated timeline allows us to continue forward with the goal of completing by September 26th. And even under the 80%, we'd be scheduled to complete by October of 2026, which allows us that time prior to November for retail contracts to work on the new contract for the retailers. The conversions as they occur will give us the data that the lottery needs in order to determine the initial cost estimate for the line fees on that new network. That is what's tying it closely to the contract and the fees that'll be involved with that. In wrapping up, the Lumen project is multi-layered. We have hired an outside vendor to execute our new retailer communication program, who in turn is working now with the broadband, meaning the I lost my train. I can't come up with my term. Who's in turn working with the ISPs, the internet service providers, and they themselves have their own internal policies and procedures that they have to do. And those ISPs are so varied throughout the state, and they all have different requirements of things that they need. And for an example, like TDS and Bend actually requires a signed right of passage to get into the location by the retailer. So they're, we're trying to work with not one vendor, but multiple vendors through Lumen. And that is part of why this initial startup with the new broadband connection is taking a little bit longer, because they're running into more than I think they anticipated on the ISP side. Yeah. But, the lottery is pushing forward, to get some linear progression on a regular basis and remaining agile to, basically adapt to the changes and the challenges that this project's been putting in front of us. Additional questions? Okay. Thank you
Yeah, I
for your-
think before we move on, I would just add, commissioners, that as CJ said, this is something we're monitoring literally every day. It is a concern of ours. It is probably one of the bigger concerns that we're dealing with right now. Is we have some very strict timelines that this needs to be accomplished by. We've communicated those well to Lumen. We'll continue to escalate through their management chain as things either progress positively or negatively, but definitely the promises that they have been making to us are not happening as fast as they had promised. And so, we're giving them the space to reset as they described, but we're almost at that time again where we're going to have to escalate to ensure that there is actually time left in the calendar for them to accomplish the goal. It's becoming, in our mind, it's becoming very concerning that there is not actually time on the calendar to effectively complete this work with the resources they have available to them. So, this is the update as of today. We will continue to give you those updates as we get closer to the end of this project as to where we're going. But yeah, definitely something we're monitoring. It is certainly a concern, also a budgetary concern. We set aside 15 million. If this does not happen timely, then we have a budget overrun on this that we're going to have to really talk about. So, okay. Thank you very much, Lynn. All right, next we're going to pass this over to Justin Hedlund and to Tessa Hergenreiter with Retail Contracts to talk about our new retail partner management upgrade. We call that RPM for short. And so this is a big project. It's been going on for quite some time. So I'd just like them to give you guys some updates as we are close to launch on our fourth phase of this. So I will pass it to them. Tessa is joining us online, so we'll get her online.
Can you guys see and hear me okay?
We can hear you just
We can hear
fine.
you.
Okay.
Well, good morning. I'll let Tessa introduce herself.
Good morning, everyone. Chair Ramirez, Commissioners, Director Wells. For the record, my name is Tessa Hergenreiter, and I'm the Senior Manager for Retail Contracts here at Oregon Lottery.
And so what we're here to do is give an update of the phase 4 of the RPM program. So this is a multi-year program that was designed to consolidate, streamline, and modernize our retail partner management system. And so what I'll do is I'll have Tessa start off and we'll get into this, but we wanted to give you also some background information on this program because it started in 2022.
Wonderful. So I'm here today to discuss the multi-department implementation of Salesforce as a unified case management platform. Just for retail contracts, this was an 18-month process of development and implementation with our vendor Deloitte. It was the longest and most complicated of the phases. And I'm happy to say on June 11th, retail contracts will be going live with Salesforce with a minimum viable product. So a minimal viable product, it's not perfect. It's the minimum functional required to migrate a team to a new solution for their daily work. But it's not perfect. It's going to be missing features, integrations, and those will be tracked and prioritized in a backlog for future releases. Currently, phases 2 and 3 have been participating in NVTP, and the product that they first went live with is very different from the one they have today. So the program definitions, the overall arching reaching goal is to enable easier and more efficient retailer support. It's a multi-year program with retailer experience from front and center. It prioritizes processes, improvements, and replaces obsolete systems. And the future phases to be defined is prioritize and enhance in a backlog, and that's the M&I that I just stated. And it advances lottery into a more technology company requiring new skills and consume insights and operations. It's going to give us a whole lot more data. And as you can see from this chart, we were all very fractured departments. We had the call center on a very outdated system called HDSS, and that was phase 2. Technical services didn't have a program. Retail channel was on OrderPad, and RMS is the current system that Retail Contracts uses that will be replaced on June 11th. So as of June 11th, we will all be integrated into the Salesforce platform, which will provide us a 360 view of our retailers and support our customers. So the impacted team, the call center, they provide customer service to players, retailers, and employees 7 days a week, 13 hours a day. These are our primary people when we have retailers that have questions, when we have customers and community members who have concerns. They're initially contacting the call center, and this will provide us with information not only to Retail Contracts, but to all departments. It's going to provide timely, accurate information to everyone they serve, and more than 4,000 weekly multi-channel interactions. Then is our technical services. We call them our field services team, and they provide technical support to our retailers. They're comprised of field service, video support, technical support, and the bench teams. And they provide timely repair, maintenance, provisioning, and project work for over 10,800 VLTs that we currently have in the state. The retail channels, they manage the business relationship with our retailers. They serve as an influencer and trusted advisor, and they leverage relationships to support lottery initiatives and product placements. And Retail Contracts, every point for the entire life cycle is the retailer relationship with the lottery. We are the beginning, we are compliance in the middle, and we are the end. We facilitate the retail application process, and those are our retail application managers. We have 7 of them across the state that help initiate retail applications and support potential retailers to becoming retailers for either traditional, video, or both. And we ensure compliance. We mitigate issues, and we will rise to the level of terminating contracts based on the severity of the violation. Does anybody have any questions so far? And the replacement, these legacy systems that we'll be replacing with Salesforce. HDSS, that was a real outdated one. That was through phase 2, and as Alex would say, it was holding on by a thread. So that was the first replacement platform. These easier for case management, records, dispatch, and maintaining service orders, problem and solution codes, field service routes and schedules, and field service work orders. And then the tracking of preventative maintenance and projects, which we never had before. The OrderPad replacement, this is the IGT relationship management system. So retailer relationship management, route management and assignments, merchandising inventory management, retail sales reports, and project tracking. And then RMS, the retail management system, the application process, the contract administration. We tracked and follow up with compliance, monitoring and auditing, training tracking, and authoritative source for retailer profile data, getting better information of our retailers and how we work with them through the retail contract process. And the timeline, like I stated, this has been multi-department, multi-year. So phase 1 was the discovery process. That was even identifying what vendor we would use, and that was chosen to be the Deloitte process, or Deloitte vendors. Phase 2 was that replacement of HDSS that was holding on by a hair, and then the replacement of OrderPad. And then back in January 2024 and coming up to June 11th, 2025, this was the replacement of RMS. It was the longest and most complicated, just due to the nature of the work that we do with administrative rules and implementing the contract. After June 11th, we'll be going through that M&I phase for retail contracts. But as you can see at the bottom, the phase 2 has been working on the M&I since mid-2023. And like I stated before, the MVP product that phase 2 and phase 3 received looks very different than the product that they're utilizing today. And so retail contracts will be utilizing to perfect the system that we'll be using. And I will pass this over to Justin.
Thanks, Tessa. A little bit about just the execution of phase 4 itself, and then a little bit of metrics. You've heard about some of the systems that we've replaced, but just put some numbers to that so you can have a kind of a perspective on that. So what we're looking at currently is a total of 75 legacy systems and manual processes that were absorbed through these 4 phases, really 3 of the 4 phases, with the first being the discovery work. Tessa spoke a little bit about most of those with some of those legacy systems, but you can see with that a lot of this was all done by manual process before through Excel spreadsheets, smart sheets, just other ways of tracking or communicating data back and forth. And if you look at the very bottom there, the bolded section, that's the phase 4, those actual systems that are being replaced with the Salesforce product for retail contracts, and then the 9 manual processes. So this is the timeline of phase 4 itself. As you can see, it was a pretty lengthy endeavor. The teams have worked really well together, and Tessa mentioned Alex's comments from before, and it's really been a process of Alex leading this program and helping to learn and iterate as they go and become even more like streamlined and efficient with our partner Deloitte. And I can tell you from my experience with phase 4, stepping into this, it runs like a well-oiled machine. We do find those things that are concerns, and we raise those things early to make sure we can deliver that MVP product. But through the M&A process that we're looking at through 2030, that's where we're going to be able to make those iterative changes and corrections to the system as the people are working within it. So we're right now in training and getting ready, like Tessa said, to deploy on June 11th. So yeah, go ahead.
So just a quick question. I appreciate the timeline, appreciate where you're at. Now that it's coming to a close and that all the systems are being combined, just thinking back to the CrowdStrike issue that the airlines had, and one of the pitfalls of having so much integrated in one system is that system goes down, now all the operations are down. So is there something with Salesforce based off the CrowdStrike that happened, was it last summer, so that if it goes down, what's, I guess, as best that can be described and discussed in this meeting, what's the backup plan if there is an upload, a change, modification that crashes the whole entire system? And what is Salesforce, how good a company are they to work with and fix those things?
Well, I can answer some of it. Some of it is technical that I'm not going to be able to answer. Salesforce as a company is one of the largest vendors in the market. They're used by a lot of the top 100 companies. So we're really confident in their ability to deliver that product and be successful for us. But the other thing that we also have that's kind of a good measure for us for some sort of disaster like that is, as we're going into the phase 4 deployment, we actually have had to work backwards with some of those other groups that have been brought on board, because we have to freeze the whole system in order to deploy that phase 4. So those groups are having to roll back to different processes in order to still get their work done, while we have that window of time when we've frozen Salesforce and then be able to move the new system into place. So we do have the ability to roll back and do some of those things that we did before. But ultimately, we would want to make sure that we have good systems in place to where we could do restore from backup or something like that and create a new instance if we needed to. But I don't have all those technical answers for that.
That works. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. And then finally, this just kind of gives a picture of that, you can kind of see what our legacy system was previously. And that, there was a lot of disparate systems and a lack of integration, was very inefficient. And we really had very little data, let alone data that we could use like across departments. And now with the future system, we're all communicating into the one Salesforce system, and we can get those data and metrics out of that that can be used for decision making. And then the continuous improvement through M&I, which we've touched on a few times. And then this is just at this point, the most updated numbers that we have, and that we've gone through, and there've been 791 bugs and user stories that have been completed through that M&I process since they initiated it with those first phases. And we currently have a backlog of 296 that will still be in development to be rolled out in future M&I releases. And those happen 3 times currently a year. And that is the update, unless there are other questions.
Now that you're getting close to the end, do you have a sense of what the cost impact is from, consolidating from all those various systems to now a single one? Did you save money, or is it costing you more than it did before?
I don't have that answer, but we can get it.
And in terms of, I mean, it's great that you're improving your systems. It just sounded like it was time. Numbers of employees that are needed to do those various functions, any change in that, or is it just helping you do your job better?
I think at this point, it's helping us do our job better. And we may see in the future that may give us some streamline opportunities, but we don't know right now.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I'll say from a cost perspective, definitely it was costly to move to a new system. I think it's long-term savings is really what we're looking for in this. So as with anything, if you try to modernize, you end up paying up front, right? And it's definitely been a costly project for us to get Salesforce implemented, to work with Deloitte, our partner in this. I think the call out that is hard to actually see in a PowerPoint is this is a project that's been ongoing since truly when we started talking about it, 2021-ish. Actively working on the project since 22. It's touched pretty much every employee within the organization through multiple phases, and it's been on budget and on time from the beginning, which I think is unheard of for a project of this size. So I attribute a lot of that to working with Deloitte. They've been an amazing partner through this. We attribute a lot of that to Alex, who's been mentioned a number of times in this, who you're going to meet Alex later today, but Alex Hamilton, who's the Senior Manager of Business Operations and Strategy here, has been involved in this project from the beginning and has really led an amazing effort with Deloitte. So this is just one of those projects that really, as an organization to look back on, you hear horror stories from other organizations trying to do major system upgrades like this. And so for what it has become has been pretty incredible. And the wins across the organization are huge. And I think we're just feeling that. And it's going to continue to improve as the systems improve, as we go through that maintenance and innovation and improve the systems and learn from the data that we're collecting. I think that's where we're going to see the biggest value add organizationally, and be able to continue to streamline systems, streamline operations. And that, 4, 5, 10 years down the road is where we're going to see the cost savings and the efficiencies. So, okay. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Tessa. We, at this point, are going to move on. CashPop. So I mentioned that in my opening that obviously CashPop was a transition from one of our older games to a new game option. So I've asked Tina Erickson and CJ to come in and give us a little more details of this transition and how that's been performing.
So before we get started, some of you may know Tina, but some of you may not. So if you want to introduce yourself.
Thank you, CJ. Good morning, Chair Ramirez, Commissioners, and Director Wells. For the record, my name is Tina Erickson, and I manage the lottery product portfolio.
So similar run of show here. I'll give you a quick background on this, although Mike has stolen some of my thunder already. And then Tina will go into the details as this is one of the games under her leadership and management. Again, just as maybe as an add-on to a replacement for underperforming draw game before, this is actually the first replacement in many years, to the best of my knowledge. So it was a new undertaking and honestly a new approach to how we approach a replacement game than we've done in the past. But Cash Pop is a super easy game to play. You got 15 numbers to choose from. It's drawn. The draw happens every hour. Prizes are awarded randomly throughout. And then you can choose a dollar amount from $1 to $5 and $10. And just for simplicity's sake, consecutive print draws are done on different tickets. That's my high level overview of Cash Pop. Thanks.
Having the same issue with the clicker. Thank you. So really wanted to touch on the different objectives that we had for this project. Like CJ said, it had been about 14, 15 years since we had an opportunity to implement a game like this. We had done enhancements for different games like Mega Millions and Powerball, but this was a real true project. And as you can see from the information here, we really wanted to make sure that the game had appeal to the customers. And we also, of course, needed to have money transfers, sales, all those good things that go with that. There was a lot of testing that needed to be done. And I think really the accomplishment there was this was accelerated. In the past, even with a game enhancement, we generally are about 10 to 12 months. Again, in the product space, it's not just lottery, but we also have our system provider, which is IGT, and then we have a testing provider, and we also have an auditing provider. So bringing all those people together was really going to be key and important. We were able to get this done in 6 months, which was amazing. And really, it brought into account people and making sure that we had the opportunity to understand kind of their pain points and what was really going to be necessary to meet this end January 13 date. The other thing that we looked at, because we needed to manage the portfolio with just a certain number of games, we weren't able to add, and went through and looked at our lowest performing game, which happened to be Lucky Lines. So this was really a driver to get an increase on our revenue in the portfolio by removing an underperformer to replace it with something that was going to be better. Any questions? Yes.
So I appreciate that overview. If Lucky Lines was the lowest, what was the second lowest? And getting at in the future, in X number of years, is there going to be something else coming out like that? Or was it a clear delineation where everything else was up here and then Lucky Lines was just so far at the bottom that?
We actually, it was kind of torn between Lucky Lines and Pick 4 when we look at the whole portfolio. And Lucky Lines was still the least performing product in the line. I think if we get the opportunity, yes, we can continue to manage the portfolio by removing something that is underperforming that maybe isn't necessarily meeting the needs of the customer that we have. And so always looking, but also being very thoughtful about what is going to fit. We don't want to cannibalize. So one of the things that was on the previous slide was really monitoring Keno to ensure that it wasn't going to cannibalize sales with Keno, because this game is also displayed on the monitor. So just really being thoughtful on how we look at the overall portfolio, but not to say that, in the future, things aren't going to be replaced or, pieces moved around.
Maybe one thing to add to that too is Tina's already working on the lottery product profitability feel like we should acronym that LPP, because we like acronyms, is really focused on Scratch It to start. After we get Scratch It's moving, then she'll start looking at the entire portfolio, and we'll run a standard cadence of doing reviews of the performance of games and really what's the right portfolio mix to look like, because it might be replacing a game. It actually just might be pulling the game out of the portfolio as a whole to minimize the number of draw game options that our players have, so that we can then focus on what's more profitable for the business.
Yeah, right now we are not seeing any impact. Sales are up just slightly, but as you hear me every quarter say, those type of games are really influenced on the jackpots. So we aren't seeing any issue there. And as I move to the next slide, wanted to share some statistics here. So the first slide, or the first chart on the left, is really kind of showing where Cash Pop sales are. So what we're looking at is 3.4 million in sales and transfers of about 480,000. Lucky Lines, that transferred for the whole year of 2024, 429,000, and sales were at 1.5. And like Mike had shared at the beginning of the meeting, the sales for Cash Pop, it's only like 19 weeks. So we definitely see there may be some slowdown just because during the summertime, games that have display in what we call the on-premise restaurants, bars, taverns tend to slow down a little bit. More people are outside enjoying Oregon. So as you can see, the market segment right now is definitely at that on-premise locations. Any questions? And then just some little interesting tidbits for me, and hopefully you enjoy them as well. It's interesting to see that out of the 15 numbers, the majority of purchases that are happening, people are just selecting one number. Hoping that that one number is going to be drawn and that the prize that they have printed on their ticket is going to be won. But then the next is going to be the 15 numbers. So people are kind of covering, all of the numbers there to win a prize. And then sales by price point, the $5 purchase is the highest. And I see a question coming.
Surprise. So just curious, I appreciate the slide on the left. I find that fascinating. Is that similar to what you'd expect with roulette? And some of the numbers, how many people put it on one, or they go green, or they go even, or something? Is that kind of a similar distribution in terms of how that decision-making process that people have?
I think because this game, and again, I don't know enough about roulette, but I think for this particular game, there are only 15 numbers. And because the prize is printed on the ticket randomly, they are like, I'm going to cover all 15 numbers and I might win, depending on what the price is. If it's $5, I might win $25 back because the minimum is 5 times or 10 times the amount. So my math is off there. So they'd win, a number or an amount depending on what they are wagering. $5, they could cover it and win much more. Again, it is unique in that with our normal draw games, people already know if I match 6 numbers, I'm going to win the jackpot, or if I match 5, I'm going to win $1 million if it's Powerball. On this, it's kind of that surprise. And so what we find with the customer is that they feel like they have a little bit of control in terms of, I'm going to win a prize, and it's exciting because I don't know what it is. So, and again, that's when they do 15 numbers. So, yeah. Any other questions? And I just can't get this to work. Sorry. There we go. Thank you. So for those of you who are familiar, we have Game Touch machines. They're like our player kiosks, and we are able to get specific information on when Cash Pop is purchased, how often just solely Cash Pop is bought at those machines. And then you can see through this chart, some of the cross-play that we're getting. I just picked the top 5 product mix on this. There are others that, you can get down to like 0.01% on, but it's interesting to see that these customers really like Cash Pop. They also like Cash Pop and Scratch. So that is interesting because it's a little bit of a contradiction between what we're seeing with on-premise being where most of the purchases are coming from. But we do see that purchases are also being done at the Game Touch equipment. So, and then you can see, of course, Keno, and then a kind of a other mix there as well. Any questions? So for what's coming up this year is really just monitoring and measuring the performance on this. We do, like I said, see that the performance is doing very well when you compare it to Lucky Lines. So we will just continue monitoring and seeing if there are opportunities to maybe promote this using the account managers out there and doing maybe a light touch. So if it's needed, again, this replaced something in the portfolio and just having a reminder, especially during the fall time when people are coming back in and playing at the bars and taverns. So, any questions? All right. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
Yeah.
Okay, next, invite Sherry up here to talk about Leadership Pipeline Institute. So you've heard us refer to LPI in short, because as CJ said, we love acronyms in this organization. So Leadership Pipeline Institute is a management program that we have rolled out across the organization. So I've asked Sherry to come in, who's kind of our subject matter expert in this, and just give you guys a little bit more detail about the program and the rollout and what we hope to achieve with this. So Sherry.
Thank you. And should I introduce myself? Okay. For the record, my name is Sherry Lechner. I'm the Senior Organizational Development Consultant for Oregon Lottery. Before we move on to the next slide, I just want to share that we've been working for about 4 years on changing some things in our procedures, our processes that really bring in employee engagement and quality leadership. So a lot of that work over these past 4 years, including bringing some systems in, moving from manual to things that we can actually track, has really set us up to be successful with this rollout. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide, if you would. Thanks. I'm not sure what you know about this program, so I thought I'd share a little bit about it. It's not one of those that you might typically see when you go out and want to take a leadership class. This one is specific to leadership level. So each program addresses a different leadership role, and very specifically the transition that we go through as we move from role to role. So for instance, the professional individual contributor, as they move into a leader of others role, what are the things they need to leave behind? What are the things they need to start doing? And so you'll see on the right-hand side of that screen, there's new work values. So now they're no longer valued as much for their individual contributor work. It's more of how they lead others. What work do they get done through their teams? How they spend their time shifts, and the skills and knowledge shifts as well. So they're doing planning and budget and things like that. The same thing with each of these leadership levels. So each program has different outcomes that they have to deliver. And I think that's about it as far as that goes. It's one of those courses where it's not a blanket one size fits all. It's very specific to your leadership role. So we can go on to the next slide. Thanks. This is just a little bit about the program, because a lot of times we go off to a workshop And we think, okay, that was great. I'm really fired up. I'm going to do some of these things. And within a few weeks, the materials and things end up, is that me or you? Oh, okay. They end up, on that shelf of good intentions, right? And sometimes it's forgotten. So we have a lot built into this program. It runs 6 months long to make sure there's adoption. We've built an accountability and a number of enablers. What you see up here is what that path looks like for participants. They have some pretty intense pre-work. So they're doing a lot of thinking and analysis of their own team before they even come into the workshop. They have a 360 is done. Well, actually a 180, but they have that done. So we have a baseline to start with there. We do some pre-test on their knowledge. We do some pre-test on where they find value in their work and how much they're applying in their work today. They come into 4 days of very intense workshop time. And then we do another assessment. Again, what did they learn? What they see as value, has that changed? And what have they retained in their knowledge? Now they're going through this 6-month implementation period, and we're holding them accountable throughout all of this, but also have enablers all through that time. So again, we're just constantly pushing on this to make sure there's adoption. So they have development talks that are very specific with their leader that they report to on expectations, what they want to see them doing differently, what they want them to let go of. There's a number of development plans that they leave the workshop with individually, and they transfer all of those then into our Dayforce system. So I can see what all of those are, what they're working on, what kind of progress they're making. And so we can look at adoption from that perspective as well. They have accountability partners that they meet with, and then we're doing some different things. We have one launching here soon where we bring the community back in together. So they get to do some show and tell with each other. Here's a template we created. Here's how I'm doing this. And they're sharing some of their best practices with each other. So they're doing this over 6 months. And about midway, in fact, we just finished one, we do another assessment where we look at transfer of skills and knowledge and learning back to their job. So how much are they actually doing? How much have they shifted? And so we'll have those numbers like in another week or two as soon as they're finished there. So I should have some measures on adoption at this midpoint. And I'm meeting with all of them individually as well. So finding out what's going on. I'm looking at all the data we have online to see, are you having quality conversations? Are you working on SMART goals? Are they written in a SMART format? Are you making progress on your development plans? Are your people making progress on your development plans? So there's a lot of insight into this and then a lot of touch point as well and reinforcement. So early information, because we just finished our last cohort, as I've been meeting with folks, is at first it's really, really hard, especially the delegation of individual contributor work that they may be doing at every level. And it's hard because they're finding there's a skill and knowledge gap sometimes within their teams. So they're building up their bench, but they're also letting go of things that they realize maybe they shouldn't have been doing, that they could have been giving to somebody else. And I talked with somebody just the other day who said, I now have 15 hours back a week that I can apply to my leadership level work. So I was excited to hear that. So we're hoping to hear more of that at the end of this program. I see you moving the mic there.
So who is in this program? Is it is people who are moving into leadership roles or your whole leadership team, or who's the cohort?
Great question. It's everyone. So our first cohort were our executive team and our director, who went through in late January. So we had 5 go through the functional leader and business leader piece. We kind of merged it a little bit. And then we had 18 go through leader of leaders. So this isn't by position. This isn't by title. This is by, are they a leader of leaders? Or are they a leader of others? Or are they a leader of functions? So it works really with their role. We had 18 go through leader of leaders. And then we just had our last cohort go through for leading others, and that had 53 people. So 76 leaders have completed the program, all of our leaders at Lottery right now. In fact, I think CJ's first week here, he was in the first cohort, so we pushed him right in there. So everybody's been through now, and at the end, we'll do another 360, and we'll do another assessment on transfer. What we're expecting, we're hoping to get, I know it's not as easily easy to quantify, but we're hoping to get a 30 to 50% transfer and jump in what they're doing. But we'll have more that we can look at later. There's a lot of benefits that go along with leadership that's aligned, leadership that's looking at KPIs and OKRs, leadership that's having the right conversations at the right level, and a best use of salary dollars, that they're doing the right work and that they're developing the staff below them to do the right work. So we're looking forward on this too. And not just what happens today, but having them really thinking forward, what do I need in the future to be successful, and making sure they're aligned. And that's a tough part too. I keep hearing right now is just translating strategy down through each of the levels. So it's really helping that they're all talking the same language, they all have the same understanding of their roles, and things will start settling down a little bit more by the end of the year. Yeah, yes.
A couple questions. I'm curious, the soft skills, I mean, mentioned DEIB earlier. Many of the programs like this that I've been through, it's the communication side, emotional intelligence side. So looking how that is incorporated in here for the soft skill side of it, particularly if you got the conversations. And I appreciate it sounds like it's a downward transfer of roles and duties. Wouldn't you want to have somebody be trained also the level above whatever they're functionally trained at, so that they could be a better subordinate, reporter, whatever you want the right term, to their boss, so they can be a better employee to their boss by understanding their boss's perspective a little bit more, and to also hopefully make them a little bit more competitive should a position open up a little bit higher. So not where they're at, but where they might actually want to get.
Absolutely. And this ties into many other programs that we put into place over the last 4 years, really looking at that development and identifying what's my bench, what's my future look like, who's on the runway for that, and how we'll be developing those skills. So this ties into succession planning and talent review and a number of things. But to answer your first question, we do have the human side in here where they're learning how to we're using consistent models across all of these levels. So they're using what's called the GROW model for coaching. We're using silent coaching, which is surprisingly for participants very effective. We're also working with them, and they do a lot of practice in session of delivering difficult news and providing feedback. So a lot on recognition and so on. We're also having them check their assumptions. So as they go in and they're looking at discipline or a performance issue, how are their assumptions coming into play, and how can we mitigate that and make sure we're using observable facts? So there's some of that, and we're going to continue building on that over this fiscal year. So you'll see some of that on the next slide.
Yeah, I would just add too that, this is kind of phase one of some of this change here. And so looking into the future at how can we develop staff for managerial positions, supervisor positions, is part of kind of the strategic plan that Sherry's working on, of like, where do we take this program into the future? These programs aren't cheap to roll out across an organization either. So there is the director sometimes saying, no, we're not going to pay for everybody to do this training at this time. So there's definitely some of that behind the scenes as well. But I definitely recognize that we want to develop staff to be future leaders within the organization instead of always seeking them from the outside.
Would you send me to the next slide, please? Thank you. This shows you a little bit of what is in motion for this fiscal year. We're continuing through the Leadership Pipeline program through the end of the year and all of the work through that. We've also been running Multipliers, which is a Wiseman Group program, and we have 5 certified coaches in the organization now, including myself. And this is so amazing. It's a great program, and people are applying the skills immediately, and they're held accountable. So it's a 10-week check-in, but all of the skills learned in there feed and build on what's in LPI, what they're learning in there. And a lot of it, just to your question, as we talk about multipliers, that's the whole goal. How are we building stretch assignments? How are we bringing others up? It's very much about raising talent within the organization. Who's going to be the next you, and who am I going to be behind? So really focusing on that. And then we have a number of different courses we want to offer over the year, but we don't want to inundate the organization. We're looking at doing things that they can opt in and take some things, but we want to put some minimum requirements on hours. But all of these will continue building on the skills that they've been learning in the program. And then what you see for leadership accountability, that's a project that's going to be kicking off here soon. We'll be using cross-organizational design team and conversation team, and we're going to co-create using design thinking to come up with what does leadership accountability look like here. And I don't mean an annual performance review. So something much more modern, but it'll be built together and it'll be hopefully something that works across some of the different kinds of work that we do. We have some very different kinds of work groups. Do you want to take us to the next slide, please? I wanted to put this slide in here. It's not complete, but it's a list of everything that we have implemented new at Lottery in the last 4 years. Those items on the right, well, Predictive Index is a great tool for hiring and developing and team development and that, but these others were not in place before. We had manual processes for these. So now we have ways to actually track, have input, have accountability that we didn't have before. So this took a lot of work. A lot of these are norms. We have, I think, your typical bell curve going on as far as implementation, but a lot of these are truly embedded in our culture now. So we're set up for success and hope to see some quantifiable outcomes of this as well. That's it. Questions? Further questions?
I think I would just add to this presentation. This is an effort that we started talking about, I believe, in 2020-ish. It's incredible we finally got it off the ground. I think for Sherry specifically, who brought this to us as a recommendation for employee development. It's taken a long time to get everybody through training, to actually execute this. We've had some change in leadership and executive team, and the fact that we've been able to carry this through and actually deliver is pretty incredible. Sherry herself has attended every one of these sessions with every cohort, and it continues to drive this program. So I really want to say thank you to Sherry for all of her efforts in this. It's a huge undertaking to put all of our managers through this and continue to deliver on this strategy in future years. So thank you, Sherry, to that. You know, for me, I think what's so kind of the hidden benefits of this is for the first time, we are providing kind of a base level training to all of our managers. They have the same training, they have the same lingo, they have the same concepts that they're operating on. And we are slowly starting to see consistency across the organization and how all of our managers handle situations and handle engagement with employees. And I think it's one of my goals when I took over here is to try to get some of that consistency across the organization. And this is definitely helping bring us there. So thank you, Sherry, for delivering this program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If you guys are good commissioners, we're just going to drive home. We can take a break now if you would like that. We have about a half an hour left before our lunch break. So, would you guys like a break or would you like to keep going?
Keep going.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move on, as we mentioned earlier, to our DEI strategies. So just a review of kind of year one and what we've delivered in this, so you guys can understand. This has been, again, another pretty successful program from launch. This is really one of the first times that we've actually had a developed strategy. This is definitely a concept that's been within the organization for a very long time, but we actually have a plan that we're executing against, which is always nice to know. So I've asked Stoyan, who is our program manager for DEI here, to come in and talk about that plan. So Stoyan.
Good morning, Commissioners, Director Wells. For the record, I'm Stoyan Francis, the Senior Manager of DIB. I'm gonna let Tiffany kick it off first.
Great. Hi. I thought we'd start with just an update for the mission, the vision, and the objectives of this program. At the Lottery, we are committed to creating a workplace and community where every employee, retailer, and player feels valued, respected, and empowered as we together work to maximize the overall mission of the lottery to distribute funds to our beneficiaries. We have 3 strategic objectives and a 3-year plan to achieve them. Within this plan, we seek to achieve a framework for self-assessment, to instill a feeling of workplace unity, and to develop and amplify accessible educational initiatives to empower our employees. Our strategic plan outlines the goals associated with each of these 3 objectives and the work expected to achieve them. Stoyan is going to talk us through the current results, the planned goals for FY26 and FY27.
Thank you. Just for the people who are new to the commission, one of the things that we wanted to do with this plan was make it actionable, measurable, and meaningful. So as such, we broke the plan into 3 parts: lottery as an employer, lottery as a business, and lottery as a community partner. We wanted to make sure that we were looking at each element of the lottery and how we could be more inclusive and more equitable depending on who we were serving. So for year 1, we were finding gaps. For year 2, we'll be filling the gaps. And year 3 will be about maintenance. So I will start with our year 1 progress. So we've done a lot of awesome and amazing things. One of the things that we've been working on is just looking at our internal culture and equity, ensuring that all employees feel seen, heard, and valued. With that, we started by expanding our educational programs. So as of May 15th, we've had 22 DIB learning sessions, which involves individuals from the larger Oregon community, including Brian Butcher, who was Teacher of the Year, Miss Ford, who is the director of the Oregon Women Foundation. We have Mo, who is from ODOT, speaking about Arab American heritage. This has been to create learning, equitable, accessible learning options for our employees, because one of the things that we have noticed is that people are just really ill-informed on what DEI is. So let's close those gaps. And then also, we live in this kind of microwave culture. So let's make things as accessible as possible. You don't have to go far. You could just listen on the Intralink just to get this information. So we've done This is DIB sessions, which a lot of people don't know what DIB is. So a lot of people are just hung up on like the big 3, that it centers around race, gender, and sexual orientation. So what we wanted to do is just change the mindset of those individuals and say, hey, you know, how we support our veterans, that is DIB. The fact that as a lottery, we're installing Braille plates so people with limited vision can still utilize our products, that is DIB. The fact that we've changed our policy on ID requirements, that is DIB. And so we're seeing a change in how people view elements of DIB because they're being informed on what it is. So we're making sure that people realize that impact matters more than initials. We did a disability awareness assessment because one of the questions that we have asked during this year, because this has been a year of questions to uncover data that we need that we don't have. Do people even know how to access accommodations? So we ran a disability awareness campaign, and with that, it produced 40 new accommodations that started as a result of this work. We analyzed the HR complaining report, and as a result, we saw that there wasn't as much issues as it pertained to discrimination and harassment, but there seemed to be issues with power dynamics. As such, we are launching the Play Nice, Play Fair, Play Together campaign that will focus on psychological safety, which is important to any organizational safety. We will be looking at the exit interview process. We haven't done that because of scheduling issues, so that is rescheduled for FY26. And we've been looking at policy review, applying equitable lenses so people can understand how we need to update, integrate, and be more inclusive for all the individuals that we serve in our lottery. Any questions before I go? Okay. All right. We utilize Gallup information to address certain concerns and discrepancies, focusing on the questions, do I feel respected at work? We had the DI impact survey, which it's on the next slide, but we completed and results are in alignment with our Gallup employee engagement survey and really highlighted how well lottery is doing in the realm of DEI. The PSU survey was a survey of all of Oregon and the southwestern part of Washington, highlighting the efforts and benchmarks of individual businesses and organizations so that we can have a more complex and robust look at how organizations in Oregon and Southwest Washington are conducting DEI. And so last but not least, for year one, lottery as a community partner. One of the things that's super important in the work that we do is to make sure that people feel seen, heard, and valued. And so if we're going into these various communities and say, hey, partner with lottery, lottery is great, but we don't even see you, we don't see your language, how can we really say that we're committed to this work? So as such, we looked at the top 5 languages for our retailers. We looked at the top 5 languages for our customers, and we started identifying across various departments what would be considered critical documents. Now, critical documents are, can you lose your access to this opportunity if you're not able to read this statement? Could it cause you any type of harm or disruption of services? And as this year, because it started this year, we have translated over 33 documents in these languages. It was very interesting. I was at a DAS cohort meeting, and the Secretary of State is now asking different organizations to start the translation projects within their own organizations and identify those documents. So we're already ahead of the curve with that. Oh,
Quick question if I can.
absolutely.
I appreciate all that. And if you have another slide to this effect.
Oh, no, no,
happy
go
to
ahead.
delay. I see a lot of that as what lottery's doing, what you're doing, what the program's doing. Anything on how it's being received and the impact that it's actually having on community members and the perception and the education program? Are people actually taking it in? And is it meaningful, or is it just one-way talking and talking to a brick wall?
So that is a perfect segue for our next slide. Thank you for the cue up. Because as I said, we had the PSU DI impact survey. So just to immediately call out our notable strength, lottery has demonstrated commitment with DI with proactive research and employee feedback initiatives. One of the things that is being said about our work as it compares to organizations within the region is that we have strong job satisfaction, inclusion, and trust, often exceeding regional benchmarks. Our people voice a sense of pride in the DEI progress that we have and report a genuine sense of belonging at work. It means people aren't going to quit, which saves us money. So we do have some opportunities, because one of the things it did identify is it teased back the layers. So we saw individuals in statistical information as it pertains to our LGBT population, to questions around diversity in our leadership, and also our disability population. And what was so interesting about this is how many people had overwhelming support for the work that we are doing here. They called it out by name, say, part of this survey was the reason we started sending out calendar invites to everyone, because we didn't want to harass people, but they're like, we want this, we want more, we want more. And so sometimes empty barrels make the most sound. So we were like, oh my gosh, our people are going to be scared, of the big DI monster, but people are hungry for it. People are excited for it. And more importantly, people feel seen by it. So sometimes it's not necessarily in the meetings that we have, but maybe it's the personal conversations. Can't tell you how many times people have reached out on a personal note to help with their teams, personal life, professional life. So we are making people feel seen, heard, and valued at Lottery. Okay, so year 2. So this is about utilizing what we have been doing on the inside and attacking it from us as a business. So with this, we will be looking at pay equity in a vertical lens. And so what does that mean? So for instance, one of the things that has not been done is from a demographical standpoint, looking at how pay equity impacts people across race and gender lines. Why is that important? Well, for instance, we know women usually there's usually a disruption in their career because they have to usually sometimes go back home for caregiving purposes. Now, if we're analyzing people on an experience level, that takes away some of her experience, even though, as a first time mom myself, I feel like I have 10 jobs, but I'm only being documented for one. So does that create a gap in my potential career growth? Pay equity isn't just about numbers, it's about access and mobility. One of the things that we learned from our PSU survey is there's a large portion of our lottery that is not college educated. So what are we doing for internal development to create mobility in these career pathways for long-term equity? And so that's what we're going to be doing with our pay equity vertical assessment. We plan to increase overall dollars awarded to underrepresented businesses, and one of the ways in which we are doing that is making COVID certified vendors, finding them easier within our database. I know D365 is a beast, but we are taming it and making it super easy for people to find our COVID certified vendors. Why is that important? Because we are helping to support small businesses within Oregon. As we know, a lot of small businesses usually fail within the first year, but by highlighting and uplifting these businesses, we're giving vendors a chance that simply would have a chance, because we usually tend to go to vendors that we're used to or we're accustomed to, not really seeing, hey, are there other opportunities that can be given to the different businesses within Oregon? We're collecting retail partner demographic information. So currently it's optional, but as we shift in 2027, it will be something that is a more streamlined process to get this information, because we want to make sure that all our retailers feel seen. And one of the ways that we can make them feel seen is knowing who they are and also creating additional opportunities. If we find that, hey, less than 1% of our retailers are women, let's ask ourselves questions. Do they know opportunities exist? And are there any barriers to those pathways? So that's a part of the intentional work that we are doing by creating a field where we can get that demographic information. Employee resource groups, creating, one of the things we will be doing is creating a business case to support creating ERGs within the lottery. We've seen them work at various organizations, and they really support internal camaraderie. And last but not least, review customer experience and create different opportunities. Now, we've been doing that with some of the work that we're already doing with the IDs and making things easier for the people that we support. Any questions?
Just curious, particularly for some of these local communities on this side of it, are you working with any of the local chambers of commerce to ensure that even for some of these smaller businesses that you're talking about, that once lottery is done or at a stable point, that there's some of this work that's continuing on?
Absolutely. That is one of our plans for year 2, is to really go into communities and reintroduce ourselves and say, hey, this is what we have been doing. This is why we're doing it. And how can we better assist you? A lot of the times with decision making, they're made in vacuums where people who are not of the community or from the community are making a decision. We want to make sure that that is not us. So that's part of the reason we've been starting in year 1 with translating those documents, so we can actually show that we do have some stripes in the game. Like, hey, we do see you all. We are working to make things better. Can you please let us in and help us? You want to always make sure that in Jamaica, we have a saying, one hand washes the other. So we want to make sure that we're taking care of things internally before we approach these communities members. So they can't say, hey, we don't believe you, because we can show that we have been doing the work.
Can you just explain a little bit that 5th journey mapping? There's a reference to, tell me what that is.
Okay, so just looking through our processes, for instance, what would be the process for someone to get a claim? As Director mentioned, one of the things that we have noticed is, hey, is it easy for everyone to get paid? What are to get their payout? hey, I have to come all the way down to Salem, thinking about, hey, well, what if I'm a parent? What if I work third shift? What if whatever? Just to see, hey, is there equal, equitable, inclusive access for all the people that we serve? So we're just gonna look at the different experiences and question how can we make them better. All right. And then last but not least, year 3. So by year 3, we focus on our external role and our community impact. So this is us attending multicultural meetings, issuing a report on year 2 findings, establishing benchmarks for community sentiment, establish benchmarks for community sentiment with our 9 federally recognized tribes, and reviewing customer experience opportunities. So like I said, year 1, finding the gaps, year 2, filling the gaps, and year 3, maintenance. So some of these goals you may have heard in previous years. And so we're just really, making sure that the process is streamlined, is equitable, but more importantly, is sustainable. And I think that's it. Oh yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Stoyan. I want to call out real quick that Stoyan is one of our remote employees who I believe is currently living in Michigan. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yeah.
So she chose to be here in person on her own. She flew in for this. So thank you very much for being here.
Absolutely.
You know, Commissioner Conrad, one of the things you ask is the kind of the effectiveness of this program. And I think that's what I'm most excited about building this strategy, as I think Stoyan and her team recognized that we didn't have good data and good metrics to actually measure success in this program, or what did we need to do to improve this area. And so through this plan, they have really good KPIs built in here to measure this. We're collecting better data so we can actually see those improvements that we just didn't have before. We had these efforts in place, but we really had no way to measure that effectiveness you're talking about. So that's definitely built into this plan. So, yeah. Thank you, Stoyan.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on to our IT, year 2 strategic plan. So I think Tiffany and Christina are going to do this. So Christina, if you want to introduce yourself once you get settled, and this will be our last segment before we break for lunch.
Commissioners, Director Wells, for the record, my name is Christina Damshin-Spina, and I'm the Senior Manager of IT Governance.
So like Director Wells said, we're going to split this presentation up a little bit, and I'm going to take the first couple of slides, and then Christina will take us home. So like we said, this isn't the first year of the strategic plan, but we are making some adjustments. So this is a 4-year plan. What you'll see on the screen is where we will focus our key technology initiatives to help our business units achieve their individual goals. IT is committed to delivering technology solutions that help each of these units meet their individual goals, like I said, but these strategies focus on improving the experience of our players, our retailers, and our staff by continuing to develop those key systems. We've talked a lot today about some of those interconnections, and that's exactly what we're focusing on in FY26 to make better data-driven decision-making. We're going to improve the flow of information between those internal operating systems and improve our security posture at the same time. This fiscal year, IT will start transitioning to a new support model. This foundation shift starts with a vision to become a more proactive partner with each of our units. To do this effectively, we need to realign the department to center more on capabilities that enable IT to more easily adapt to changing, evolving needs of the lottery. It's a great time to make such a change. We will integrate the values of LPI, where Sherry started the conversation, and distribute accountability and ownership through our teams. We're going to work to build our teams to provide career development opportunities, which help with retention and career path progression, and foster a culture of teamwork and collaboration. This will also help us reduce our operating costs through strategic focus on contract management as well. So the first step towards meeting our goals was to determine our current maturity state. On the slide, I've noted that we are in the firefighter stage. And I can say with confidence that we have a great team of IT professionals, a leadership team that is committed to continuous improvement, and a governance structure that is starting to take root. So while we remain reactive to the needs of our business units currently, we've laid the foundation in this firefighter level to help us focus on becoming a mature operator in FY26. The current year will center around 5 objectives. The first is to improve communications with our business units. So we're going to start a concerted effort to have regular conversations about the solutions that they're looking for so we can get in front of those opportunities rather than on the receiving end of what that selection might be. Going to optimize our technology portfolio and reduce where possible. We're going to prioritize skill development so we can reduce some reliance on key vendors and build that skill within. To do that, we're going to have to focus on some entry-level opportunities that we don't currently have. We have an aging workforce within IT, and so to prepare us for the future, we need to start making proactive steps to make that easier for us. We're also going to improve system reporting. Data-driven decision-making doesn't happen easily. There are lots of integrations between key systems that will help us achieve those goals, and we're working to develop skills within to help us take that data to the next level with detailed analysis. And lastly, we're going to strengthen partnerships across those business units. So LPI was a great starting point to create cross-departmental collaborations and start that network of conversations where we can work together to collectively solve a problem. And then over the next 2 years, our goal is to shift into that strategic partner level. That will allow IT to utilize insights from business managers to make those decisions, and application management, technology consolidation, and reductions in tech debt allow us to do that a little more effectively. We will also be able to more accurately manage the IT portfolio and achieve efficiencies where we're unable to capitalize on that at the current time. And now Christina will take us through the strategic themes for FY26, the project roadmap associated with those themes, and then how we plan to measure our success.
Yeah, thank you, Tiffany. And so this is going to start to highlight those strategic themes that will take us through the next 4 years to support this shift from being in a firefighting state to getting to a mature operator and then a more strategic partner. The first area is for modernizing our delivery practices, and we've already moved away from a more siloed delivery to a centralized governance. And it's currently in a minimum viable state, and so our plans are to formalize it this year. We're currently partnering with the strategic office to enhance our portfolio management and support a diversity of delivery models such as waterfall, agile, and then hybrid, so we can be responsive to what our business needs are. The next area for IT strategy and architecture is one that's been pretty critical for us over the last 2 years. We've leveraged our architecture team to reduce our portfolio risk. But then in this next year, we need to leverage the architects for optimizing our application portfolio. That's kind of when you saw the presentation earlier with Salesforce, thinking about how do we consolidate, how do we strategize about making our systems more efficient. And along the way, we've been doing architectural assessments. Those will continue, and it will help us anticipate risks and propose really practical, forward-thinking solutions for our partners. Then for this platform app development capabilities, this really starts introducing a lot of what Tiffany mentioned with LPI and our talent pipeline, because recruiting IT talent to the government sector is a challenge. It has been a challenge in the past, and so we've relied on vendors for application development and testing. But to reduce our long-term costs and an over-reliance on vendors, we're going to be upskilling our internal staff to support platform development. That will also allow us to really respond to growing business needs in automation, data, and extending our platforms like Salesforce, Dynamics, and ServiceNow. And then finally, with IT operations, we are 3 years into maturing our IT operations using the service management framework. And we'll continue upskilling our team, improving performance, and just streamlining our service delivery to lower costs and reduce risks. And then here is a roadmap with how all these strategic themes are scheduled for implementation across these initiatives. And I won't go through each one, but we'll call out that in addition to some of the initiatives that I just mentioned, we're going to be anticipating and proactively responding to the impact of artificial intelligence to our technology landscape. There's a concerted effort to start running IT like a business and really identify opportunities of our application landscape to rationalize and consolidate. And that's going to lead to cost optimization and improvement of our security posture overall. Then all of these strategic themes are going to have measurable targets, and that's what will drive focus in our initiatives. Overall, these are really targeting fiscal responsibility, and they're going to ensure that we track our progress to ensure quality, that we're getting those financial results across our work. So I really think with this new leadership and a renewed focus, we're excited to progress to become a key strategic partner for our business stakeholders and help Lottery achieve mission excellence. That's it. Any questions?
All right. Well, thank you, Christina. Later in our presentation, we'll talk a little bit more specifics about some of the deliverables over the next fiscal year. So that's kind of a wrap up for the morning. I'll pass it back to you, Chair.
Yeah, so we will now take a short recess and we'll reconvene in the Cascade Room for an executive session pursuant to ORS 192.6602H, which allows the commission to meet in executive session to consult with legal counsel concerning the legal rights and duties of a public body with regard to litigation likely to be filed. No decisions will be made in this executive session. Representatives of the news media may attend the executive session, but are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about these subjects during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. in the Pacific Room for the remainder of the work session. Yeah.
we presented. More than 30 seconds.
The Oregon State Lottery Commission work session is back in open session, and a quorum of commissioners is still present. Director Wells, I'll pass it back to you.
All right, thank you, Chair Ramirez. So as we continue this afternoon, we're really going to lead into kind of FY26 strategy, more specifically, and some of our specific priorities and action plans. And we'll talk about a little bit about budget to give you guys kind of a preview of that. But this next segment, I think you'll find very interesting. One of the things that this organization has been dedicated to over the last few years is mission excellence. And for us, what we believe is a key aspect of that is efficiencies and cost effectiveness of our business. We've invested a considerable amount of time doing kind of truly an analysis of the business internally, what works, what's not working, uncovering some valuable insights that I think we've lost focus of over many years of this industry. And refining those understandings of how we operate. Some of those areas of focus are really on what are the levers that we have actually access to, what can we change? Obviously, there's a lot of this organization that's built through statute and constitution, and we really can't make changes to that, policy decisions that we really don't have any effect on at this point. So what are the levers that we have within this organization to improve, to make us more efficient, to make us more profitable as a business? As we've done that, we have a lot of insights. There's a lot of interesting things that we have uncovered. We're going to start sharing some of those with you today, probably more in the months to come. But I've asked our team that has been working on this, a couple of them to come in and present just some of these key insights that have really led to some decisions for this FY26 year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alex and Spencer, who are going to walk you through this. As I said this morning, Commissioner Conrad asked lots of questions. This is this area where, we're probably going to really only scratch the surface. There's a lot of data, a lot of time, truly probably a year's worth of investigation that's gone into a few slides. I told them to keep it high level. You have two very amazing data people here who would love to spend 8 hours talking to you about this stuff. So ask your questions. They would love to answer them, but we've kept them to just a few slides. But I've given them the liberty to answer any question you ask, and I know that they've come prepared to do so. So let's make this part interactive, and I'll pass it over to you guys.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Ramirez, Commissioners, Director Wells. For the record, my name is Alex Hambleton, Senior Manager of Business Operations, Strategy, and Insights. As Director Wells alluded to, we're starting with the big picture. So we're here to talk about some of those top-level insights that really have been driving not only our previous year's enterprise strategy, but also fiscal 26 and beyond. And so where really this starts for us is identifying those largest levers for administrative savings, as well as making sure that we're continuing to strive towards maximizing our transfers to the state. So it's definitely a balance. We're probably going to be focusing much more on the potential administrative savings, but a lot more slides behind the scenes around what are our opportunities to maximize those transfers. So we will start at a pretty high level. Conceptually speaking, our financial flow starts at gross revenue, flows through our prize and minimum transfer obligations, and then we have a series of direct expenses that we can associate directly to particular products. For example, our retailer commissions or gaming system expenses, printing scratch tickets. Those are all something that we can directly attribute to our products. We also have a series of indirect expenses that we have to make some allocation assumptions. So our salaries are a big part of that. And so part of this is going to be looking at our cost allocations from more of a managerial accounting perspective. After our expenses come out, what we're left with is a cash profit. We use that to fund our capital expenditures. We also use that to replenish our contingency, as you probably already know. At the end of that, we have our administrative savings. And we've got a couple of different paths we can take with the administrative savings. We can transfer that as additional transfers, or we can use it to fund additional projects or video lottery terminal purchases. That's how we're generally setting this up for the foreseeable future. Next slide is where the work really begins. If we look at the last 5 fiscal years, our total administrative expenses are made up, or excuse me, 96% of our total administrative expenses are made up of these 10 cost centers. The biggest being our sales commissions at the top there. It's largely formulaic. As sales go up, our commissions go up. Salaries on the left side, that first visual, we've seen some modest growth. I think one important thing to call out here, and it's apologize for the tiny font, but it's our other payroll expenses. We've got 114 million that we've spent over the last 5 years on those other payroll expenses, which includes the statewide PERS pension expense that's passed on to state agencies. On the kind of top right, middle and top right, you've got more gaming infrastructure expenses. So almost 16% of our administrative expenses are coming from gaming systems and the equipment that we're using to facilitate the sale of our products as recognized as depreciation. We won't go into detail on every single one of these, but as you move your eye from left to the bottom right, you see that you get down to 0.3%. And this is one of the top 10 cost centers that we have. And so while we're going to look at everything over the next several years, making sure that no stone left is unturned, the lower you go, the more of a negligible impact that it's going to have on our bottom line. Next, we will look at our product performance. Again, through that managerial accounting lens. One thing to take note of is that we're not obligated to look at profitability at a product level. We're doing so because it makes business sense. In order to find those opportunities to continue to optimize how we operate, we have to look at it this way. But in aggregate, we don't necessarily have a major problem. We identify problems, as you can see by looking at the sea of red on the right, at that product level. So video lottery is definitely something to keep an eye on. It's our strongest performer. We've got $16 billion in gross revenue per year, resulting in a net gain of 29 million. After prizes and expenses and transfers come out, we've got 29 million to fund other efforts. And that generally floats the rest of the portfolio. What you'll see is for the rest of these products, we've got relatively mature and largely due to our labor allocation assumptions, we've got products with lower volumes and slimmer margins. They tend to suffer and rely very much on that 29 million that we're getting from video lottery. We'll pick on Scratch-Its as an example. We've got $160 million in gross revenue, but we end up with a $15 million loss. Now, the cost structure for that product is definitely different, and Spencer will talk a little bit about what those margins actually look like. But the important takeaway is despite this loss, we're still transferring 24 million to the state. So this is where we have to find that balance of what's good for the state, what's good for our own sustainability in the future. So as we look ahead, we've got strategic product reviews. We continue to look into cost allocations, how we initiate market adjustments or respond to market disruptions. All of that's going to be really important to consider as we weigh the cost and effort that's going to go in relative to the return that we may receive based on some of these decisions. With that, I will pass it off to Spencer for a more detailed deep dive. Yes, of course. You go back.
Yeah, if you can just go back one slide. So just looking on the right-hand column, there are a couple, the conversation that we had earlier about Cash Pop. The transfers for a couple of those at the bottom are less than
$1 million.
Yeah, and I don't know the right, getting my positive, my negatives, but the profit loss is greater than what the transfer is.
Mm-hmm.
So based off the cash pop conversation we had earlier, are those gonna change? Are we looking at altering those products in some way, shape, or form, or getting rid of them if the loss is greater than what the gain is? Are those just gonna be cut? I guess, getting back to that further conversation we had earlier.
I don't think it's as clear cut as that. I think
Okay.
they're always on the table for consideration. I think the other thing that we have to keep in mind is the governor's expectation, and I apologize for maybe stepping on your toes, Mike, but for every product that we introduce, we have to take one away. So yes, I think it's possible that we start to look at some of these lower, more risky products, but we can also consider how we're allocating those indirect expenses, which is a large part of why we're seeing some of these reds. So we've got a large organization, 450 people. About half of them actually aren't directly tied to supporting these products. So we still have to spread their salaries across the portfolio in some way to account for an overall profitability. But that's part of why we're seeing some of these reds. The reality is we don't have people that are actively working on Pick 4 to support it day in and day out. It's a very low touch product. So some of this is making sure that we're optimizing the spread of our resources and what they're focused on. And then also finding other direct expense areas where we can kind of pull the trigger or pull the lever to reduce those. If at the end of the day, we find that there's really nothing more we can do, we're losing money on these products, I think that's where we start working with our gaming vendors to find maybe some other alternatives.
Yeah, I'll just add, similar to what you guys have heard us talk about from Video Lottery, we took the Video Lottery ecosystem, so that entire ecosystem, everything that touches it, and really did a huge assessment over the prior 4 or 5 years and have tried to make it a more profitable product by a totally different change in approach to retailers and the number of terminals. And we've shared a lot of that information with you. When we talk lottery product portfolio, we're talking everything else. Everything that's not Video Lottery is encompassed in this. And you'll see that as part of what we'll talk about a little bit further in the presentation, is that we are really taking a similar deep dive approach into all of those products to exactly to your point. What can we do? Is it lowering the touch points onto these products to therefore make that profit loss better, to make it a more profitable product? Is it that should we take it out of the portfolio totally? Is there a different replacement that is going to be more profitable for us? So, for Scratch-Its, we know that the amount of touch points, the amount of staff that are involved in that product alone is huge. It's a lot. There's a lot of time put into that product, and it has a very tight profitability. And so there's a really deep dive going on into Scratch-Its alone and trying to figure out how do we make that more profitable. So, this was really great, and the work they did for us to actually be able to kind of compare apples to apples. We have some other columns that go with this spreadsheet that are helping us even understand this better. But, really what we want to share with you guys here is this is just one of those facts that's really interesting internally is, hey, yes, we are still transferring money to the state. The state's making money, but we are supporting that through operational expenses, subsidizing basically these products. So.
Can I summarize what I think I heard you say, just to make sure, to one of the points about, if one of these games were just to go away. But you said that the overheads are calculated into some of these losses. So even if one of these games went away, then those overheads would just be transferred to something else and those numbers would be different, correct?
That's exactly
Perfect.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Chair Ramirez, Commissioners, Director Pack. For the record, my name is Spencer Haley, Manager of Operational Excellence here at the Lottery. And definitely, I agree with what Mike said. We could spend hours and hours and hours, and would love to, on all this. So as we move from what Alex presented here on the gaming portfolio, we're going to move into a little bit of a journey on a simplified version of where the cost structures are and the margins on our major breakdowns of products. And we'll start with Video Lottery. And as we go through this little journey, definitely want to encourage keeping an eye on what changes, and we'll highlight as we move through here. With Video Lottery, the first thing that'll stick out like a sore thumb is most of every dollar that is wagered on video lottery goes right back as prizes. And so we're going to put a little pin in that because that will actually come back later in the presentation. Such a significant amount of money. So we want to evaluate that. As we move forward through that dollar that's wagered on video lottery, essentially a nickel, 5% is what gets transferred back to the state of Oregon. May not sound like a lot, but there were $16.1 billion wagered last year. So that's where we start seeing the scale and the magnitude here. Because video lottery is offered within our retailer partners, they do see a 2% or 2 cents on every dollar retailer commission. And then finally, that leaves us with essentially less than 1%, just a hair shy for support expenses. Everything Alex just previously mentioned, everything from advertising, salaries and wages and benefits, supplies and whatnot. The reason it was not in the sea of red we saw before is when we penciled it out using our modeling that we did for just to kind of get to this essential where the cost allocations are. Looks like it was about 0.7%. So again, that 0.2% delta between the two is essentially on the $16 billion dollar bills that flow through. That's what provided that end result of that extra $29 million. Where we're going to start seeing some differences is moving into the next major product line. And that's where we'll start getting into sports wagering, which right on the onset looks really similar. It also has a very high price percentage. 90%, so 90 cents on the dollar, essentially going back to every wager, every person placing a wager on average. Transfer, similar zone as what we had with video lottery, comes in about 4 cents on the dollar. What changes now is sports wagering is not in physical retail. So this is one, it's managed service, it's online, there's no retailer selling this. So instead of retailer commissions, now that transfers over to our vendor costs as part of that managed service. About a nickel on every dollar, and that leaves just 0.5% there for support expenses. And as we looked at last year and did our kind of managerial accounting style, really close by. I mean, it basically lands at about the same spot, a tick higher there, but essentially it's almost a break even on this one. Where the big change happens with product portfolio and looking at it this way is our traditional lottery products. And the big difference here is instead of this 90% plus prize going out, these are lower churn games. And so the price structure is quite a bit lower, 61 cents on the dollar here. And this is made up of, the Powerball and the Mega Millions, these big jackpot games. This is essentially, they have about a 50%. Some of the other bigger ticket games in the traditional lottery product portfolio, Scratch Hits, Keno, upper 60s, lower 70s, depending on individual games within. That all averages out across the entire traditional portfolio to be essentially 61%. There's a little bit of a formulaic calculation to get to the transfer here, or at least the transfer obligation of 23%. And this is a little bigger than we saw in the other ones. Essentially, the constitutional provision we have is 84% of revenues are returned to the public as prizes, but also as net proceeds benefiting allowable public purposes or our transfer. So in this one, it's maybe a simplified dollar bill, but that 61 plus 23 equals 84. So with our traditional product portfolio, that's essentially the same balance you'll always see. Retailer commissions quite a bit higher on the per dollar side. So previously with video lottery, saw it a little bit lower, a lot more dollar bills on video lottery than this one. But essentially 9%, 9 cents on the dollar goes back to the retailers here. And with the traditional product portfolio, we actually have a revenue share agreement with our partner IGT on this. So for every dollar of Powerball tickets sold or Scratch Hits sold, essentially it's just a hair under 3% that is going back as part of that revenue share agreement. And tickets, a little sliver you can almost barely see. That's our scratch-its printing distribution cost as part of the whole portfolio. The tricky part's here, where that leaves 3 cents on every dollar for those support expenses. But again, we have as Alex mentioned, a large organization, a lot of employees, a lot of support costs to support a lottery like ourselves that actually does have video lottery and all these different product lines. So when it all came out in the wash, that's where we penciled out 9%, where there's only the 3% available, hence the sea of red on that first slide. I think all of this really reinforces a couple of things. This is where we have little room to maneuver in some areas because, you know, administratively at least, and we have mature legacy products for the most part. Sports betting, notwithstanding, although happy 5+ years to it. And all of this has really given us the incentive to keep evaluating and considering not only cost restructuring, but even what we're showing today is one version of the way we allocate our costs. And as we tighten that up, have more conversations, hopefully get more and more mature on that, can refine this picture and make better decisions as we move forward. One of the big cost buckets that was on that slide of 10 earlier was our game vendor charges. And this is a little bit of a nutty story. So I wanted just to share this one with everybody and how we see that the lines over time get as big as they have. And this is our 3 major buckets, similar to the dollar bills. We have sports betting, wagering, lottery product, and video lottery. Let's start with sports wagering, the dark brown maroon color, where it just goes right off the chart. Big old hockey stick, essentially, here. As we launch sports wagering, we have seen great revenue growth on that side. And with 53% of our gross gaming revenue, essentially the net revenue after prizes, here with sports wagering, that combination of both a high share for a managed service, but also increasing revenues. Hence, we've the cost of actually running that through game vendor charges has climbed, but very relative to the revenue levels there. Lottery products, a little bit of a different story. This is the green ones we'll be looking at here. For the most part, if you look at the left-hand chart, it's pretty flat. However, there is an uptick in the 2020, 2021 area. And the big call out there is we did have a contractual change that will happen. Previously, it's been about once a decade, is the revenue share on our traditional product sales went from 1.7 to 2.5% during that period. And also that in tandem with similar to what we just said with sports wagering, we also saw revenue increases coming out of the pandemic heavily with traditional product. The absence of video lottery did wonders for scratch-its during the worst parts of the pandemic. And after we came out of it with the extra stimulus money and the purchasing power and continued enhancements on that product line across all of traditional lottery product, we've seen some pretty good solid growth over time. But that also, with it as a variable cost with the rev share, we're seeing increased expenses there. Video lottery is a little bit trickier. It's the purple one. You can barely see it there these days. It doesn't mean we get to run video lottery for cheap. It's just what is assigned to gaming vendor charges is pretty slight here. Where the big ticket costs for video lottery come in, it's the $20 million. It's the terminal purchases. It's the gaming content. It's when we upgrade the entire system. That's when that one really comes into play. But I hope that helps just kind of provide some idea of why this number has shot up. And also, this is why for us and the agency looking forward, and this is kind of an always thing, so it's nothing new about it, but we need to always be in that place where we are looking at contract terms, future contract terms, revenue share agreements, the value we're getting on that, and the state of Oregon's getting. I'm going to harken back to the dollar bill that came for video lottery, that callback to the 93 cents for every dollar that goes back to our players. It's a critical but important little number, that one, in the gaming industry in terms of what the payout is for every dollar that's wagered. Return to player, or also known, you might hear it in different ways, the acronym just being RTP, that's what we colloquially call it, payout percentage as well. It's the percentage of total wagers on a video lottery terminal or across all video lottery in the state, and what is returned to players as a percent. And so if we look at Oregon Lottery most recently in fiscal 24, we had a return to player prize payout of 92.6%. That's why it was 93, got rounded up on the other slide. And of that, essentially for every $100 somebody wagers, they're getting back $93 in prize payouts. And this number actually comes from over 50 games, multiple terminals that kind of feed into this. Individual games have different payouts. It's this eclectic aspect of the portfolio itself. And we maintained, you can see on this chart, this is a comparison of us with many other different types of operating models, but also video gaming, slot machines, video lottery in some cases. Looking at casinos, looking at casino regions, looking at some route operators that run something somewhat similar to what we do. And over the past few years, we've definitely maintained what could be called like a player-friendly payout percentage, where you have more time on device, potential for more churn as you play. But when we look at it and we see a lot of these other peers have gone the other way and tightened it up, there is a lot of internal and external debate on this number and what it means, because it affects player engagement, it affects profitability. Just yesterday, reading articles about the Las Vegas Strip that maybe a lot of people are not necessarily gambling because maybe it's been ratcheted down too far. These are the kind of things we need to consider when looking at our own performance and possibilities over the long run. So with that rate of change being subject to a lot of things and looking at it holistically, there's a lot to this. Again, the way your players respond, the way the math models and the construction of these games are made, and the way the portfolio a portfolio of 50 plus games interacts with itself. This is one of those places, I think, moving forward, that we're committed to really evaluating the gaming portfolio in general, but also acknowledging this trend and thinking about ways that maybe we can experiment and play that balance between player engagement and a little extra relief on some profitability side of it. Please.
So looking at, there are some private entities on there, but looking at the states and that they're lower percentage, do they have the same restrictions and or mandate to transfer funds to public goods? And do they transfer the same amount with whatever the unit measure, amount per dollar or amount per whatever?
Yeah.
Are those apples to apples, or do they have some different requirements, which would mean that they would want to be a little bit lower?
There are some different requirements, absolutely. Illinois is probably the big one right now. So Illinois is one of the more recent states to have kind of come on board with this distributed route network. They're a little special. Everything in Illinois is subject to having VLTs except for Chicago proper. There's a little bit of an offset there. Per dollar, if we go back to the dollar bill visual, we transfer more per dollar than Illinois does, for example. However, they also, and this is where the operating models do get very different, it's not a central, like a lottery that runs their entire state. There's essentially a gaming commission, and there's private operators in between. And then you have the retailers. And the money does eventually go to the state, smaller share than like our share. But there's also a large amount that goes to the middlemen operators as well. And so, again, slightly different. I love the question because it's one of those, it doesn't make it so easy to do apples to apples on a lot of this. And That's where even a previous conversation with our video product team, they're heavily engaged with Canadian provinces that have very similar video operations to ourselves. And that's one that sadly is missing right here. And it's like, we need to add more market intelligence essentially to what are they doing? What are their trends? What are they seeing? Have any of them experimented with potentially going down from places like this? Might not still be apples to apples because there will still be different transfer obligations and the like, but great learning opportunities and for us to evaluate. Maybe nothing about this is like, did we go wrong, but what can we do better? And that's what we're hoping to get to. Absolutely.
Hey Spencer, before you get off this slide, would you be able to speak to what the difference is like in a percentage? So like, what are we talking dollars when we see a percentage change here?
Absolutely. A vast array of mechanics leads to this number. And again, that would be a fun one for a multiple hour work session. But if we cut to the chase, essentially at current levels, every 0.1% change, like if we were to go down, is essentially about another $3 million for lottery. Unfortunately, another 0.1% up would be another $3 million against us. So it's one of those places, and that's why we want to find a good balance. Again, the tricky part here is, and it's not that it's unexplored territory, casinos, lotteries, VLTs and slot machines across the world, but there is no agreement or best practice on what this actual number should be. And I think your question got to that too, is everybody has just slightly different flavors on what they're operating, what they're funding, and we've done really well. I mean, obviously our line isn't erratic, it's slow and gradual over time. So it's I think taking the success of ourselves. I mean, we have an amazing video lottery environment. Our terminals are highly utilized, say almost gold star compared to most of the country on a per terminal basis. Just where can we tighten up a little bit more? And this is one of those great opportunities. All right. We are getting toward the end of the tip of the iceberg of our insights. I'm glad you all didn't get put through the 90 slide version of this. We are going to stick to video lottery just to round this one out. And many of y'all have probably seen versions of this. It is probably the most common thing that has been subject to a lot of these conversations about video lottery ecosystem, but also paints a picture about where the agency kind of is today. And we're going to look at 3 main trends over 15 years. The 15 years is very intentional on this front. And 2010 was kind of our high watermark in terms of the number of retailers and terminals we have had. So it's well in the rearview mirror at this point. And since 2010 up until now, we've had a very healthy revenue growth rate when it comes to video lottery. On average, 3.4% growth per year, with the exception of that one big drop, and that being right nested in the pandemic and during the time of our closures. Came back extremely strong, similar to some of the other narrative I mentioned earlier about the strength of the spending dollars that came out of the pandemic. We did see a huge spike there, a little bit of stability and a slowdown recently, as I'm sure you all are well aware, seeing those numbers again and again, where we've had some, there have been some market disruptions. We have had the Sherry's closure. We have had the casino open in Medford, and although localized, there at the end of last year, and a current economic climate that no one can agree on day in or day out right now about how good, bad, or risky everything is. And during that same period of revenue growth, we have seen a very long-term trend. Those 2 on the right, it's the retailer base as well as the terminal base, very, very correlated. Those 2 have gone down approximately 1% a year. And we've responded in kind by doing more with less terminals in this process. And I think a lot of the takeaway from just these 3 simple lines is that it's shown a great resilience for the video lottery product for Oregon Lottery in general across this time. Even in an eroding market, we're maintaining that growth. And it puts us to a place now, and this has been probably an offshoot of a lot of the video lottery ecosystem work, is that our focus is more on quality and optimization rather than necessarily quantity. It's not like there's this huge, vast swath of a retailer base that we've missed over 30 years. It's just not necessarily there, and we have to be watching market intelligence trends right now to see what happens with Sherry's the beginning, with what is going to happen to the remaining like casual dining restaurants. Anything to that affront, we watched carefully over years with Portland and throughout the middle 2010s, where all of a sudden, the cost of rent was increasing and the minimum wage, and it was putting extra pressure on retailers. So we did see a lot of erosion on that front, or footprints that changed where they're just, there might be a new bar, but they don't have the floor plan that could accommodate video lottery terminals. All through that is just why we want to keep an eye on this and making sure that we do keep that nice balance of revenue with the available market we do have. In tandem with that, we're going to keep doing evaluations of our own terminal utilization, content management. We of course want the most engaging stuff for our players, and ongoing terminal purchases, just to make sure that we are making every dollar we spend on those terminals go as far as it possibly can. And that kind of brings us, at least at this high level version, kind of wrapped around, where throughout all of this, our planning really has to reflect a couple of things. We are in a mature market. We're constrained by operating costs. We have structural vendor obligations for sure. And to some degree, some legacy products. I mean, there is a lot we can do within those legacy products, but they are still legacy products nonetheless. We do see opportunities here, and this is such a big push for a part of the strategy, always moving forward. Sharpen your administration efficiencies, evaluate product portfolio continuously, like we're starting to here, even if you have to change the lens a little bit and explore technology-driven savings to the point about we've invested a lot of time and energy into new systems. Now we've got to capitalize, and maintaining the amazing product strength we do have, as well as the margin integrity we have. And so it's a tall order, but we're getting there, and every year we're going to keep contributing to these insights and just building it up as robustly as we can. And it kind of puts us where we're at. And just want to say thank you for allowing us to kind of present this, and we're happy to address any questions.
Curious, looking at the elasticity or inelasticity of that demand, looking at the one on the left.
Yeah.
The states that we saw in those previous graphs, are they at about that same level? If you would make that same graph for them, are they there, or do they show some different numbers in their elasticity?
I'm sorry, repeat one more time the second part of that?
The states in the previous graph that I asked about,
yes.
do they have a different elasticity in the variability in their net revenue by calendar year, if you were to graph that for them?
Mhm.
So just looking at, again, the apples to apples, and always trying to look, what is the theoretical ceiling? And then where are we compared to that theoretical ceiling?
It's a great question. We've looked at it a few different ways. I'm going to throw Illinois out just again as an example. They're so much younger than us. They're still in a growth phase. We've looked at, there were some great studies that came out. It was like in the 2015, 16, 2015, 16 time, where on the East Coast, particularly Atlantic City and some of the more gaming rich environments, where there was a lot of concern. You had casinos opening left and right, casinos closing left and right. So trying to get to that point where, like previously we talked to the carrying capacity, where is that at? And I think that's one of the places. Illinois is heading that way. Still, when it comes to the saturation type of metrics that we've considered, things that we've looked at have been win per unit per day, which is like how much revenue comes from every terminal per day. It's always like, that's kind of the easy gaming industry benchmark of how effective your terminals are. We're way up there compared to everybody else. That's why, so when I mentioned like we are a very gold star kind of successful in lottery, that's the easy one. Where it gets a little harder is other metrics like you start looking at as a share of income, as a share of your state, for example, GDP, everything like that. How many terminals per 1,000 people, and trying to compare ourselves. And in certain times, it's not just the lottery, but also ourselves and as much information as we know about, say, tribal gaming in Oregon, because it's not just lottery providing that gaming, it's all of us together. And so when we looked at both, at least best estimates we had there, as well as lottery, we were kind of hitting some pretty, we'll say, yellow into the red in terms of what some authors of that East Coast study were kind of saying about saturation levels that led to casino closures out there. We're not worried about that ourselves, but with most of the ones that were on the previous one with regard to RTP, most of them are pretty mature. Illinois, not, and they have the luxury of just being newer to the market. I think 2012, 2013. So they're still getting there. Not to say, have we hit a ceiling? I'd be stupid to ever say that, to be like, absolutely for sure, we're there. We probably aren't that far off though, is my concern now. Where the growth comes from here will be population. And right now, Bend, Redmond is kind of our ideal spots. That's pretty much it. We're also concerned about Multnomah County for the very opposite reason, when you have a lot of people moving out. So we're keeping tabs on that. The flat growth rates over the past few years of overall state population, not super big boon for us. Hopefully that turns around, but also discretionary income is such a big one too. And on the elasticity front, the last slide I'll throw out, because it's a topic near and dear to our hearts. I think it keeps us up at night. And gambling is such a unique way to even look at either pricing or demand elasticity, because a lot of it is what's available. I mean, kind of, again, purchasing power, but a lot about gambling is emotion and habit, and not necessarily subject to the same rules that a lot of other just normal goods and services kind of run into. So as we try to understand that more, and we on the analysis side, we do the best we can with aggregated totals, with changes in regions and geographies, but we don't have player level data. Every video lottery dollar played is anonymous. So knowing how individuals respond to changes in games and payouts, we have to make a lot of inferences. So just know, working on the elasticity thing over time. Thank you. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think a few things that I would add that sometimes just lost when we talk about this is the costs to us in supporting video lottery retailer. And when we talk about average dollars per day per terminal, we have underperforming retail locations that pull those averages down considerably. And we've talked about that. And that's what kind of this ecosystem project has really been about, is ensuring that we are making them the most per retailer we possibly can, right? Biggest bang for the buck. And offboarding some of those retailers that are just not profitable. They don't have that profitability for us as an organization. We're subsidizing them to be in business. And we put a lot of skin in the game to open a lottery retailer. It costs us way more to have them operational than it costs them. And so that's certainly one of those factors that we're really considering and looking at as we move forward is, it's expensive. It's expensive for us to put 3 to 6 VLTs in a location, and the marketing and the signage and the maintenance and the lumen expenses and all of our staff time to be there all the time and to run call center and all those cost allocations all wrapped in there. It's a very pricey endeavor. And when you have a retail location that is not even hitting their minimums, it's very impactful organizationally. So, there's a lot of belief out there. And I think these stats continue to prove that more retailers means more money for lottery, and that we are proving time and time again, that is not true. That is actually not true. It does not create more revenue. It's actually the inverse of that. And I think I mean, these charts right here very clearly show that. So, we're going to continue to refine this as we go. And that's what this whole ecosystem project has been about. And really that's part of why we're digging into these things and actually trying to use data to drive decisions rather than just collect data and do nothing with it. So.
I do have one thing to add to that. It's exciting when you're able to use natural experiments to learn more about what happens, even if it's an unfortunate one. Last year, we had the Sherry's closure, which, as previously mentioned, not great, one of our best partners. And however, seeing in the aftermath what happened when Sherry's closed, and you had very popular locations, 6 VLTs, just overnight gone, and able to see literally the retailers in the surrounding areas, 1 mile radius, 2 mile radius, 3 mile radius, and seeing play literally migrate. Does it mean it all went back to the nearby? Not necessarily. We're still looking at that, but a lot did. And just the part that we could see that, or there was one unfortunate week, maybe last October, September, where an entire terminal model went offline. And in a discrete geography, it's like in terms of an experiment, it was amazing because you want exactly something like that. But we're not gutsy enough. We don't want to go there. We don't want to turn off terminals just for the sake of it. 25% of the terminals in 3 or 4 counties went down, and for about a week. And internally, it's essentially kind of making mental bets about like, what's the impact going to be here? There was no impact. And so it gave us the idea, like all of a sudden there was like inelasticity at that point where players found a way. That was for a week. In a discrete geography would not say that's the case at a bigger picture, but it gave us just an inkling. So it's making the best of the data we have, unfortunately, in sometimes a bad situation, but making the most of it. So I agree with Mike. There's so much to learn here. There's so many costs involved. We just absolutely will keep sharpening our pencils on this.
I think both of those examples are reasons why we're still going forward with ecosystem work, video lottery ecosystem, that we haven't hit that floor yet. We're seeing these happy accidents or unfortunate situations, and they're kind of proving out that we still have work to do. So.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. All right. As we move forward, so I'm going to pass the mic over to Ty. So as a reminder, Ty is Deputy Director and Strategy Officer here. Her and her team have really worked on our FY26 through 31 strategy. So I'm just going to have her walk you guys through kind of the high level of that. We'll talk about a few specifics. Carl will walk through budget, and that'll kind of be the end of today's work session. So without further ado, here is Ty.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And just to reiterate, since this is the afternoon part of the work session, Chair Ramirez and Commissioners, I'm happy to be here. Ty Calandriello, Deputy Director and Strategy Officer, as Director Wells just introduced me as. Thank you so much. So yes, that lead in was perfect because these are the types of insights that we think about when we work together as a leadership team. And what we are going to walk you through next is our draft strategic plan, which for the newer members of our commission team, some of these concepts might feel a little bit familiar, but certainly more familiar for those that have been here longer. So as it has been throughout the day, please feel free to interrupt me, jump in with questions. So really, we're just going to break it down into these 3 sections. We're going to review what is our strategic planning approach? How do we go from point A to point B? And what are the details that matter the most in between? And then how you can see the connection between what our approach is and what the result is when it comes to that proposal of like, how does that equate into strategy? What kinds of goals are you setting as an organization? What are the resources and what is the long-term roadmap that's really driving your logic? And then talking about how we measure plan performance at a high level. So of course, naturally, we start with our vision, which for us is really about aligning the lottery public service nexus at which we serve. And so we have been in the last few years still in what we consider a new chapter. And part of it is because of these insights that we're surfacing and just an evolving world and industry in which we operate. So you heard a lot earlier today around leadership development and the commitments that we're making, and heard a little bit of a verbal preview around things that we intend in the future around KPI refinement as well as OKR at the strategic as well as operational levels. Operational excellence continues to be a major subcomponent of our strategy around mission excellence as we think about the three main elements that I will highlight again here. We also talked about that earlier in our Q3 review of progress to plan. We've also touched on, and Mike will expand on this more as well later through, in particular, the IT lens, but we are also advancing our thinking internally around governance and standards, right? So like Christina had talked about going from firefighting, to more maturity within IT, like those are some of the elements that we see in different areas of our business and where we have room for growth and improvement. And then just aligning with the industry where we consider some of these insights and comparisons and start to analyze that and evaluate, what might we change and take action against and when we consider our business and operating models. And certainly central to all of this lottery public service nexus, of course, is who we serve, right? So we serve multiple interests as well as diverse viewpoints that we all need to bring together and to solidify into a strategy that everyone who we serve gets behind. And we also, of course, naturally acknowledge the level of governance, right? And all the components that drive how we're structured and how we function. Okay, so in our strategic planning process, right, what we go through as a team is we think about, hey, reaffirm our vision. Does this make sense? Check. Then the job is really about the mission, which has not changed since we have been following this process and has been in place for quite some time, operating that lottery with the highest standards of security and integrity to earn maximum profits for the people of Oregon commensurate with the public good. And our values, we keep them very simple and super clear. They are in statute. So it is what we call the FISH: fairness, integrity, security, and honesty. And it's a lens that we apply to our decision-making in our vision and our mission. And then I had referenced this earlier today too, as well. Our commitment to equity endures as we strive to create a workplace that reflects the beautiful diversity of Oregon. So there are a couple things that were updated here on the PESTEL analysis. This, as well as the companion slide that you're going to see following the SWOT, has been in our previous plan. And so the PESTEL is really about these likely and impactful events that are generally outside of lottery's control. So we also go through this exercise and it minimum reviewing as well as updating as a team to really think about political, social, legal, economic, technological, and environmental potential impacts. The couple areas that we did update in social, Oregon's population, we updated that. It did grow a little bit. Previously, we're talking about it being mostly flat. And then volatility and global trade policies in that right column, the second bullet down, we did acknowledge just increasing supply chain and technology cost uncertainty. It's getting harder to do long-term planning with things like potential tariffs and not knowing yet entirely at this moment what impact it will have to operational expenses, vendor pricing, et cetera. And also, if and when we experience a recession of some kind, obviously that also limits disposable income for things like lottery games. And earlier when we saw the OEA forecast, right, there was talk about share of wallet declining for things like lottery games.
Quick question.
Yeah.
On the technology side, I don't see a mention of AI. Do you see that as an opportunity to the lottery or a potential threat to the lottery?
Well, I think both. And I think that given where our portfolio level investment is in technologies compared to what is available in the industry, there is something when it comes to, I think, actually our gaming portfolio itself too, that if we were to incorporate those technologies in the future, it would probably potentially feel like a very large leap. So we would have to take that into consideration. I think probably short term, although I would say that we don't have any formal internal business plans, but we are paying attention to it at this pestle level, that our actual like running of our internal operations, I think that's probably the fastest place in which we could potentially see areas where we start to think about optimizing for the sake of mission excellence and operational efficiency. I think that we are also thinking about that lottery public service nexus that we serve at as well. We would probably acknowledge and want to understand what the state of Oregon overall wants to do too, in terms of incorporating those technologies into internal operations, and take that into account generally. Is there anything else anyone else wants to jump in on? This is, I think, a topic that we could also discuss at length. And then classic SWOT analysis companion to what you just saw. So strengths and weaknesses are about us, it's internal to the lottery. Opportunities and threats are really about what's external. And this carries over from last year. We still think that this information is very relevant and applicable to how we are viewing long-term planning. Any questions on this one? Okay. So now you see our logic stack in the strategy cascade of what are the types of things that we consider, what do we analyze, and then how do we end up landing it? And for us, right, we just reviewed that. This is our why. That flows to what we have been following for the last couple of years, our what around mission excellence. Those are the three elements that I've been referring to and you've seen woven throughout presentations earlier today. And then this is really the how. So we think about our draft goals for next year as an agency, and we really seek at the highest level of our organization, of course, is to provide goals that every employee can find at least one thing that they know that they can contribute to at an individual level and articulate how what they do day to day ties to this outcome. And so under the bucket of financial sustainability, we're about delivering year one of that lottery product profitability action plan we talked about in the Q3 update, getting that done by the end of this fiscal year. And also we have touched on some of the elements around aligning the business model with industry standards when it came to this new chapter. And so the goal for this year is really about evaluating what actions we would like to take and then starting to take those actions within the fiscal year. In the area of security and technology, you're going to see a continuation of delivering year 3 of the IT strategic plan that we're operating under right now. It is also being updated currently and turned in at the beginning of June. And it's a living, breathing document, obviously, right? But officially for those components, however that might be updated, that's the one that we'll be following for this goal. Under the area of team, we will deliver year 1 as well of a new organizational development strategic plan, and that's coming through our leadership in HR. And also in HR, we'll be delivering the second year of the DEIB strategic plan, so lottery as a business. And you heard from Stoanne earlier today what that would entail. And then last but not least, also have this action plan by the end of this fiscal year. We'll deliver the first year of our lottery community sentiment action plan. And all this next slide is all about is just saying agency-wide team expectations. Here's your roadmap as to how it gets after the 3 elements within mission excellence. And then here's just like the actual deadline that we're setting for ourselves and the expected deliverable. Absolutely.
So that's a lot for a fiscal year, a lot going on. But assuming all that gets done, do you have things percolating under that you're looking at for 27 to replace some of these when they get finished?
Absolutely. Yeah, and we are,
Are those going to be identified in this presentation at all? Just what's 2 years down the road?
so not necessarily at this level of detail, but towards the end, there's a long-term roadmap, and it certainly talks about like the biggest milestones that we know that we have to work on. We've also been working internally, and it's not, the cake is not fully baked yet, right? So it isn't widely known, but I can tell you that we have a process that's going to give us the ability as well to start projects, go through the business case review and development process, in order to potentially create other programs and projects that could end up rising to the level of a strategic objective for the organization. And so we can be flexible as well too and kind of pivot. So what I would expect as members of the commission is that when it comes to our quarterly progress reporting next year, you're going to at minimum see this, but it's possible that new things could over time be introduced. But we would have that full conversation about, does that make sense? And are we aligned? Yeah. And then all this is to say is that we self-fund through net profit and administrative savings from a previous fiscal year for the allocation of resources in order to achieve these goals. And so that financial flow diagram that Alex and Spencer were going over is, I think it's really important because on the surface, it may not be readily like apparent or obvious to someone who might be looking at our, let's say, our annual financial report that, you know, we don't borrow money in order to fund our operations. So we have to save from our net profit, which is why that by profitability statement that you saw, how that's really important too, because when you look at the gains that come from video, but then the losses, at least through that managerial accounting view, they're very close. So we're like really trying to hit a very small target of accuracy when it comes to how we run this organization from that perspective. There's other ways that you can look at it. So thinking about that, administrative savings and being able to have the contingency fund and having our investment fund is really critical for us to ensure that we continue to deliver against our mission as we're obligated to do. And I won't go over these in great detail, but simply in the plan itself, we talk about here are those internal resources that are allocated and telling you, hey, we've got financial, human, and technological allocated resources. A lot of them exist within our structure or current and planned contracts, for example, that we intend to negotiate as a result of having these goals. And we just also outline who are our sponsors and who are the business leaders who are engaged in this work and who will be monitoring its performance. So each of the 6 goals that you have seen earlier flow through to here. You see the SMART goals repeated, as well as their connection to the 3 elements of mission excellence. So sometimes we measure the financial portion around the defined projects that we've budgeted, the number of team members and where they sit throughout the organization, and some of the tools or technology resources that we absolutely need in order to deliver it. And so it follows as well for team. And then the last one here, and I'll get to that roadmap slide soon, is lottery community. So here's that long-term roadmap where we think about big milestones. So you can see over here what's in fiscal 26, that there has been discussion about some of these, right? Like, so and Mike will expand on some of these as well in his presentation, but Lumen and iLink is a hardware upgrade that we've been in flight with, and I think it's been mentioned in previous commission conversations, et cetera. So as we start to look out into 27 to 28, to your point, we will start activation work around, as you know, some of these contracts can take a long time to think about the strategy and to have those conversations.
Very basic question, and my apologies for asking something so simple. FY 26, is that July 1 of 26? So we're entering the 25, 26. We're entering the 25, 27 budget statewide, But when you talk FY 26, you're talking July 1 of 26?
Of this year it starts.
So July 1 of 25 is your 20, is your
Yeah.
FY 26.
So our fiscal year
Okay.
number is the last year it ends in.
Thank you. I wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes people here call it business year, calendar year. So we're, yeah, always trying to keep it straight. And then we intend to continue to share this information publicly, our strategic plan, where we have been throughout this fiscal year, as well as providing the regular quarterly report and doing an end-of-year annual report that comes out of the director's office. And that is it for the draft proposed plan. Any additional questions? Okay. No, great. Thank you.
All right, well, we're actually a guest on break time. So if we want to take a break, now we have about 10 slides left. So let's take a 5-minute break. If you guys are good with that, we'll come back and finish with 10 slides. So. Okay, I think we're all back. So, we've walked through just high level, basically what that FY 26 strategy is. So as we break it down, as you've seen these slides, right? So we have that, basically that agency level, those high level goals. So for us internally, we then break that down one more time. What are those department priorities? What are the projects that we're going to work on? And so, we as an executive team, there are lots of more things going on than what's on this slide within this organization. But these are really the bigger ones. These are what we set as sort of priorities organizationally. That I want to walk you guys through just a few of these. So you've heard about the lottery product profitability action plan. It's a mouthful. I agree with CJ. We probably need to come up with an acronym for this one, but this is just looking at all of those lottery products that we've talked about and how do we make them more profitable. So we've got a lot of ideas. We've got some strategy on this. We've got some pilot programs that we're going to try to execute over the year. These are things that we will continue to bring to you in commission meetings throughout the year so that you understand what pilot we're initiating, what are the outcomes of those pilots, what are we seeing as outcomes. So I think for all of us internally, using that research that's been done over the last year and being able to track some of these pilots and see how that benefits the organization, we're really excited about this work into the next year. Also, as Ty had already mentioned, aligning some of our business models more with industry standards. We're going to continue to look at that. Those two are tied very closely together. As we mentioned, we only have a few levers within this organization to actually improve that administrative expense, try to transfer more money. So we're really going to pay attention to how do we compare to others and what can we do. Again, being very transparent about that. That's with you and with the public. We're not going to make big, massive, sweeping changes to anything, but really continuing to analyze how can we do this in a better way and to make everything more profitable. Being really specific, when you look at Powerball, they have a feature, some add-ons that we can put into that game. This was actually a prioritized item last fiscal year that's a carryover because IGT, our vendor partner, had some resource constraints, and this was just not something we were able to get delivered last year. So hope to get that accomplished. We are going to start discovery and some contracting process on Aurora. Aurora is one of our gaming systems, and these are, as Ty mentioned previously, these contracts take a very long time. They're large contracts. This is probably a year plus in the making as we work through contract negotiations on this one. So something that takes some discovery efforts. Those contracts include equipment costs and lease costs of equipment. It's a big project in itself. This is one you're going to hear about again all year as we work through this. So lots more updates to come. I think one of the ones we're most excited about as a team is IGT is our primary gaming partner. And we currently have what we call our convenience app. So this is the app. If you went to your app store on your phone, downloaded the Oregon Lottery app, this is a homegrown app. We have built this over time ourselves, and we've run it internally with a little bit of vendor partnership. But for the most part, this is something that we have built over time. We're going to transition to our gaming partners app. It has some functionality that we're really trying to look to add, and that is that we are hope to gain digital claims and payments so that we only have 2 payment centers, one in Salem, one in Wilsonville. If you live in Ontario and you would like to cash in your ticket, you drive to Salem or Wilsonville. And from an equity standpoint and a convenience standpoint, and also now that it's illegal for you to sell your cash slip to others, we really feel like this is a move that needs to be made for convenience purposes and access across the state. Super excited about that. And, ultimately, as policy decisions change in the future, if we are able to have other offerings, we are already on a system that's integrated with all of our other systems. We don't have to create it. We don't have to design it. So we really think again, for that long-term roadmap, strategically, this is the right move for us. When we talk about application rationalization, this is a cost-cutting effort for us as well as a security effort. We have a lot of applications. It's a big organization historically. As Tiffany talked about earlier, our IT department was amazing at responding to everybody's needs. And when they respond to everybody's needs, everybody gets the technology they want, the software they want. And we have a huge sprawl, way more applications than we probably need, way more applications than are actually getting used. So this is really going through and trying to cut down on the amount of apps and programs that we are paying for. That's also beneficial from a security standpoint, right? We're reducing the attack surface. So this is something that, believe it or not, is a lot more work than it sounds. We don't get to just go in and turn off a whole bunch of systems because they all have data. They all have connections to other systems. It's like a house of cards. We don't want to turn one off and watch everything else crumble. So this is a significant work effort. We, over the last fiscal year, were able to actually inventory all of our applications, which has been a huge feat. Again, something that I did not think would take a year to do, but it did. And we have a really good grasp on what we have now and can really start looking at how do we make it more efficient for this organization. And then, continued improvements in budget accuracy. I've talked to you guys a lot about our work in this area. Last year, we were plus or minus 10% as an agency is what we were shooting for. The fiscal year before, this last fiscal year, we were shooting for at a department level. We missed that target. That's, as Ty showed you in that very first slide, but we're getting closer. We've changed our budgeting processes internally. We've changed the way we review budgets. It's better. This is probably one of the best processes this year that we have seen in many years. I think we're going to get closer to that, but that's continuing to be a goal for us, is improving the way we budget, ensuring that we have budget accuracy. And I think you're going to see great improvements over this next fiscal year. So super excited about that. When we talk about lottery community, you guys have heard about this a little bit. We have worked on what we're calling community sentiment. This is really trying to gauge what others think of our work and how we are reaching out to the community and not being just responding to our retailers or just to our players, but how does legislature feel about us? How does the governor's office? How do the tribes? Are we representing all of our constituents well? And so this is just a work effort to figure out how do we actually get a pulse from all those groups. We attempted this year. A few of those attempts did not work. Many of our surveys did not get returned. And so it's just kind of going back to the drawing board, thinking about what's a new approach to this and delivering on that. So we need a little bit more time to figure out how to actually collect the right data and to encourage people to help us in this area. So under that team bucket, yeah, go ahead.
When we're talking about community sentiment, are you gonna be looking at the public at large at all, or is it more stakeholder groups?
It's both. I don't know, Matt, if you want to talk a little bit. This is one of Matt's projects. So if you want to talk a little more specific.
Yeah. When we talk community, it's a holistic kind of view of that. So it's general public. It's our players. It's the legislature, the tribes, problem gambling, community, kind of that holistic view. And historically, we have people or teams within the lottery that are kind of have been tasked with managing those individual relationships. So a lot of that work has been happening. What hasn't occurred is all of that work happening under kind of a single umbrella, where there's kind of better coordination across all of those groups. So like to drill it way down, making sure that if I'm in front of a legislative committee and I'm talking about the lottery app and what it's doing and what it's not going to do, that somebody else who is meeting with some folks that have, responsible gaming or problem gambling concerns at a meeting that I'm not at, and they're talking about the app, that they're kind of singing from that same sheet of music. So we, as an agency, are really presenting that, a clear, consistent message. We've also historically measured sentiment from some of those individual disparate groups, but we don't have a roll-up metric. We have a draft of one right now. We're kind of working through it. We'll have that by the end of this current fiscal year, so that then we can kind of start to try some things and then have some measure, hey, did it work? And we're a little bit unique. One of the things that we experienced with, like when you talk to legislators on the survey, it was just pretty high level questions. But our intent was that legislators would respond to the survey about their interaction with lottery as an agency. Like, are we timely? When you ask us questions, do we give you good information? Do you trust the information we're giving you? Oftentimes what we got back was policy discussion. I think that state's too dependent on lottery or something like that. So we got to work with that a little bit, because obviously we don't have control over that. So just trying to find that right kind of engagement tool, feedback loop, so that we can, the insights that we do gain, we can actually do something about them and kind of move the needle.
Thank you, Matt. Under the team goals there, we have payroll updates. So this is a project that we've had on the back burner for many years, but our current payroll is monthly, and this is transitioning to a biweekly pay. There's a bunch of reasons. One of that is we have a bunch of remote employees now in other states where this is actually a requirement. Biweekly pay is required by their states. And so there's many factors to this driving it, but one of them is compliance for those remote employees that we're trying to achieve. So I'll be completely honest, this one comes with a lot of anxiety for staff who are used to all their automated billings once a month. So this takes a lot of change management organizationally. There's a lot of, I think, nervousness behind this initiative, but again, it is one that we really need to do, and the entire state is actually moving this direction. So I think, again, we're leading the pack on the change, but all the other state agencies will be doing this over the next few years. So organization development strategic plan. You heard from Sherry today as she just talked about what are we doing as developmental. This encompasses a lot of that LPI and leadership training and plans just for staff and development. And so this is just delivering on that first year. We're still in development of what that strategic plan specifically holds, but the goal certainly is that by the end of this year, by the end of June, that plan will be solidified, and then we can execute that moving into next year. You heard about the DEI plan, so I'm not going to talk about that again, but then moving into security and technology, you also heard about the IT strategic plan, so year 3 of that and the changes that they intend to approach. Our Lumen project, hopefully we highlighted how important that is in a previous presentation. I think we are all stressed about this one, to be completely honest. This is going to take a lot of work and agency pressure to get this done on time. And this is one of those that we truly we can't run long. Like, this has to get done in time, or it's going to be extremely expensive for us. And so yes, you're going to hear a lot about this. This year goes on, Lumen is definitely going to be front and center for everybody. And then data governance. This is something organizationally that you have seen in a million different initiatives over the last 5+ years. I put it there as one big bucket. It contains a lot of work, but for the most part, we have really tried through a number of initiatives, some work groups, through a data summit that we held this last calendar year, really to try to get to the bottom of how do we want to handle data Like for anybody that understands business, the amount of data that is incoming is crazy. It's what do we do with it? How do we handle it? How do we mitigate risk with it? How do we handle vendor partnership? What do we actually need to possess and not possess? How do we classify that data? All those type of things. We've never truly come to a full and complete policy decision on what to do and how do we handle it. And then also, how do we establish truly some architectural building codes, so to speak, for the organization? So when we're bringing in new technologies, how do we connect them? How do we ensure that the right data is transferred from one system to another? And how do we protect it all so that we don't have a data breach issue? All of that I wrap into one big thing. We have a plan. We've actually have a plan. We are partnering on this one with Deloitte in probably about a 2-year-ish project to actually establish really strong data governance committees, some data classification policies within the organization, build out those building codes again at how do we structure data and systems so that as we're moving forward and continuing to build architecturally, we know what to do, that we don't get ourselves in a corner where we have to overspend in future years to try to fix a problem. So that's really the goal of this program. So, looking at what we did in FY25, we presented a slide similar to this to you guys of prioritized items. I'm happy to say we accomplished like 80% of them. A few of these are carryovers from last year. Some intentionally, we knew they would carry over. A few we didn't complete, but I certainly hope that we can deliver all of these in the next fiscal year. Behind the scenes, there's obviously a lot of other things that staff are doing, both at a department level and an organization level. But these are really the ones that, from an executive leadership perspective, we wanted to highlight to you, explain what we were doing in these initiatives and how they affect the organization. Okay, so that leads us into the most exciting part, finance. So I'm going to pass the control over to Carl, our controller. I'll let him introduce himself, and then he's going to just walk us through basically some FY25 highlights and some FY26 budget. So, Carl.
Thank you, Director Wells. Good afternoon, Chair Ramirez, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Carl Strauss, Controller with the Oregon Lottery. And as Mike mentioned, we'll be walking through some of the fiscal year 26 budget highlights. I'd like to start with what's new and some improvements that we have in 26. And also, as we work through these couple of slides, a lot of the items and initiatives are going to sound familiar as they've been talked about already today. I'm happy to add some financial context to some of those. First and foremost, I want to recognize that we've created 3 new positions within the organization. These are our business operations analysts, and we have one each to support the 3 major divisions: business services, gaming operations, and security. And these are new roles that are helping to strengthen our financial planning infrastructure by adding an additional layer of budget review and support for our departments under each division, as well as being collaborative partners with finance and accounting. Also new this year, we introduced a training session for our budget managers. This covered everything from a refresher on budget fundamentals to the different expense types, as well as an introduction to our new budget submission tool that we're using. We've continued with the annual budget summit that was introduced last year, and this was our first step in preparing our managers to present at that budget summit. For this next item, when we talk about variable expenses, we're talking about the 3 main drivers: retail commissions, game vendor charges, and ticket expense. This year, we've smoothed out some of our expectations around prize payouts and their impact on retail commissions. Also, for the first time this year, we'll be adjusting our ticket expense budget to align with the changes in our revenue forecast. So as our friends at the OEA update their forecast to say that we're going to sell more or less tickets, we'll adjust our ticket expense budget to accommodate those changes. These next 2 items reflect some of the continuous improvement efforts that we've made each year. Yeah, yes, I'm on, these next two items at the bottom, the next two bullet points.
Ignore
Oh, quite all right. Quite all right. So the continuous improvement efforts around, improved, finance administration and cross-departmental partnerships. We see this, again, as mentioned with, our partnership with the BOAs, part of that budget training and all of the communication that we've had leading up to and following the budget summit. Also, we've had improvements around our capital budget process, including identifying SBITAs and leases or subscription-based IT agreements. We've added additional steps for review in an effort to identify more of these items up front, to be sure that we're appropriately classifying budgets either as operating or capital expenses. This next slide shows a historical trend of budget to actual variances. And if you look at the bottom, the total expense year over year, you can see that the results of these continuous improvement efforts. We've gone from a 19% budget variance in fiscal year 23, then down to 13.9% in 24. And for fiscal year to date through the end of April, we're right around that 10% mark. Here's a look at our profit and loss statement. This would be a good time to remind you that more detailed budget documents have been provided. This is a very high level roll up as we look year over year. This chart shows the year over year comparison of budgets, starting with the net revenue, which leads into the rest of our budget. We see net revenue is budgeted to increase 64 million. The basis for this again comes from the forecast provided by the Office of Economic Analysis or OEA. Which presented to you earlier today. To provide for this growth in revenue, we expect our direct expenses to increase by 14.6 million. This is driven by those variable costs as mentioned, which are directly tied to the revenue growth we see above, things like retail commission, game vendor charges, and ticket expense. Moving down, we see indirect revenue is expected to increase 283,000. This reflects increased interest income earned on our cash balances, but also new this year, we have an expected write-off of some capital assets related to a change in our capital threshold. This is to align with the state moving towards complying with the change in federal uniform guidance, changing that capital threshold from 5,000 to 10,000. So we do have some small amount of assets that are impacted here at the lottery. Continuing down, we come to our indirect expenses, which reflects the overhead costs. This is increasing 14.3 million. This is primarily due to increased service and supplies costs, which I'll detail shortly on another slide in just a moment. And then we see lastly, our administration costs or administration expenses as a percentage of revenue remains fairly steady at 3.13%. All right, some of the budget highlights, as mentioned, net revenue is increasing 64 million. To realize this increase in net revenue, we're expecting gross dollars played to grow by 682 million. As that gross revenue increases, our variable costs increases as well. We're planning an increase of 6.1 million in retailer commissions, 19 million in game vendor charges, and 863,000 for our ticket expense. Direct depreciation is decreasing 3.5 million. This is related to some hardware upgrades that will be fully depreciated as we go into the next fiscal year. So we won't be recognizing any more depreciation on that upgrade. And then game equipment parts and maintenance is decreasing 5.4 million. Advertising decreasing 1.9 million. Please.
Trying to reconcile this slide with the slide that we saw and asked about earlier. We talked about the elasticity of demand. So looking at the 682 million in product growth, where does that fit within that previous chart that I asked about with the consumer demand and how much revenue is being generated?
Well,
Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Well, I can say that this is the 683 is gross dollars played. I think was that chart earlier a net revenue figure?
So
it was both.
So gross dollars played is gonna still go down to the net revenue, so those are gonna be correlated. So if we are almost at that ceiling, theoretical reality, whatever it is, we don't have a whole lot of room to bump. Is this 682 still within that variance that you would expect based off of the work that you guys have done, or is it outside that variance? It's within that variance, okay,
Good.
thank you.
Yep. All right. And then continuing down the profit and loss statement, we have our, again, indirect revenue increasing slightly related to the higher interest income on our cash balances, certainly subject to some of that interest rate volatility that we're seeing. And then again, offsetting that somewhat is that changing capital threshold. For indirect expenses, the budget for salaries and benefits is decreasing. You may recall throughout the years, we do our quarterly updates. We've been explaining a positive variance in salaries and benefits at each of those updates. So I think the issue there was the 25 budget was artificially high or too high. So we're trying to get calibrated to a more realistic number for 26. And within that, we are planning on a 4.7 million increase in salaries, 600,000 increase in compensated absences, and this is partly new this year. This is the GASB 101 accounting standard for compensated absences. And then also, we're showing a decrease in other payroll expenses of 8.3 million. This is mostly related to our pension expenses, which is driving those current year variances as the main part of other payroll expense. Indirect depreciation is increasing 6.9 million. This is mostly software related. This is a big driver of this is that Salesforce project being placed into service. So we'll start depreciating some of the implementation costs that we had there. And then service and supplies is increasing 13.7 million. This is primarily due to the increased costs around the retail network migration, the Lumen project that we've been talking about today. Also involved with this is additional $5 million for contract payments around professional services, and then another $750,000 for increased charges to the state for DAS fees as well as Secretary of State fees. And I should also mention of that Lumen project, that was a known and expected, and that's why we had those committed funds at the end of last year to help offset that. So going into next year, we will be drawing down some of those committed funds to help fund this. And then last, as we look at the capital budget, we are decreasing the capital budget slightly this year by 2.8 million. Much of what's expected in fiscal year 26 is routine and planned capital replacements, including video lottery terminals, iLinks terminals, as well as investments in facilities and our fleet vehicles. The main difference this year is we'll have completed the Salesforce implementation, and then we have 7.2 million earmarked for the IGT mobile app for our digital claims and payments. And this is the end of the prepared budget presentation. Again, there's more detailed supplemental documents that have been provided, and happy to answer any questions.
Just a quick one on the VLT. I know it's been a multi-year project to try to get the replacement. Are we to now a standard replacement cycle, or are we still in that heavy phase of changing out the machines?
No, this is that standard replacement cycle that we were talking about, so that we created that investment fund with the ask to put 20 million of admin savings into that investment fund annually to pay for VLT replacements, so that we can kind of smooth out that replacement schedule. So when he says this is again going to be one of the recommendations, that we take money from the admin savings to put it back into the investment fund to help offset those payments.
Okay.
So this last slide, I will take this one. So, we are not yet at the end of this fiscal year. So these are guesses at this point. So we won't know what our total admin savings are until the books close. But we're estimating right now that we're probably looking at about 36 million plus or minus in admin savings. So what our recommendations are going to be to commission would be that we take 20 million of that to do exactly what I just mentioned, put in that investment fund that's been created to help pay for video lottery replacements to maintain that cycle that we established several years ago. We also have an opportunity to create a PERS side account. Basically, PERS is allowing agencies to put money aside and invest that to help offset some of those PERS costs that we don't have the ability to really predict, right? They're based on actuarials, they're based on calculations that are difficult for us to foresee. And so this, again, will help us from a budgetary standpoint if we can invest some money off to the side. So that would be another recommendation that we will be coming to you with at our June commission meeting, is to create this account that we have a short window of time to take advantage of. Lastly, we have a contingency fund. It's currently capped at 135 million. For those of you who have been with the commission for a while, you know that we have a couple of times come and ask for that cap to be increased. We do that for a couple of reasons, right? That contingency is there as an emergency fund. It is there to fund some operational expenses at the beginning of the year when revenue hasn't created enough to pay for operations. We definitely used our contingency during COVID to support services here and learned very quickly that there was nowhere near enough money in there. And that did lead to layoffs, and that led to furloughs for this organization. And so, as we really look to the future, we believe that this contingency the cap of this contingency needs to be much higher to support an emergency in this organization. Additionally, as we have put a lot of investment into our cybersecurity for this agency, and cybersecurity insurance pricing has increased dramatically while coverage has decreased dramatically. We look to a future place where we may not need to invest in cyber insurance and can have more of a self-insured perspective. So I'm not sure we're quite ready yet, but what we're requesting is that we at least increase the cap to 150 million so that we can over time continue to add some dollars to that contingency. And then lastly, if there is any, whatever money is remaining, we would want to add to that. So, at this point, if we're right on the mark, which I'm sure we're not at 36 million, that would leave us about only 700,000-ish to invest to add to the contingency. So that will be our recommendation coming into next month's meeting at how we handle admin savings this year. So may take a little bit of time for us to actually have the final numbers, but establishing the accounts in the direction is where we would move money, would be what you would see.
If I can ask a question or a couple questions about the PERS side account real quick. Looking at how liquid is that money? So 14.8 goes in there. What's its rate of return? How easily can it come out if we need it? Again, with the contingency, it might not need to come out, but what does that look like?
Right.
And at the agency level, do you know what your unfunded liability is for PERS? And if you do, what would the expectation of that 14.8 million plus any interest do to reduce that unfunded liability for this agency, if you know it at that level?
Carl, would you like to take some of those? I can guess, but I bet Carl can do a much better job.
Yeah, I can take some of those. So to start off, once the PERS side account goes in, we can't pull that back. So that would be our contribution. And then the purpose of that is it would be amortized to help offset our future contributions. So in future years, we would be asked to contribute less because we've got that side account established that's earning that interest income, managed by Treasury, managed by PERS, invested alongside their investment pool. So earning those returns, and then those returns are then also being applied towards our future contributions. And then as far as the liability, I don't know the number offhand. I was gonna try and pull it up really fast. I think it's around 76 million, 80 million. But I would want to double check that for you.
Well, that's a good enough ballpark for me. So the way that I heard you talk about the per side account is that goes to future contributions. Will that reduce that unfunded liability, or is the unfunded liability the look back for what is already owed and not anticipated what's going forward? So there's that, I'm trying to remember my PERS a little bit better, but you've got what the unfunded now, and then you've got going forward. It sounds like you're saying the per side account is the forward-looking part of it, the offset, the future cost, but it does nothing for the current unfunded liability.
That sounds correct. So yeah, it's going towards our future contributions.
So we have earnings added to this. We have 1480 and 70 something, but then we would still have to pay full liability for full current year amounts going forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we have reached the end of our prepared presentation for today. Certainly, if you have any additional questions, discussion that you guys would like to enter into, we welcome that. But without that, I would say thank you. Thank you for your time today. Like I said in the very beginning, we appreciate the face-to-face, and we appreciate the time to have some open discussions over these topics. I think from an executive team perspective, we are very excited about what we accomplished last year, and we're going in FY26. There's, economically, there's a lot of unknowns that I think we're ready to handle and prepared for when and if they hit us. But, strategically, we are, I think, well prepared to handle all of it. So I will pass it back to you, Chair.
Yeah, so before I conclude today, I do want to thank everyone for hosting us, and for taking a whole day out of your busy schedules to essentially educate us. I mean, I really value this because it really sets us up so that we know when we go remote for the whole rest of the year, we have some context, right? And we could take the time to go through this stuff in some level of detail, so we have that background. So it's, logistically, it's a pain, but it's really helpful for the commission to get this amount of quality time to go a little bit deeper than we can do in the hour that we meet once a month. So I did want to thank you for taking that time. It was very insightful. Everyone did a great job.
Chair Ramirez, if I may, I would just like to reiterate that we all owe kudos to the director, the department leaders, and the staff. There are such things as the DIB stuff that's coming down the pike, the LPI, just to use your acronyms, that is going to start going full bore. The cash pot being a new game that's being introduced. These are new concepts that are being initiated, as near as I can tell, to advance the Oregon State Lottery overall. Not just staying current, not just playing catch up, but also visualizing the future of where this place is going. And I think all of those people and the commissioners, other than me, deserve kudos and a note of appreciation for all the efforts that are put in. I've done enough of these kinds of things myself in the positions that some of you hold, to know that there is a lot of background work that is done in addition to your day-to-day duties. So I, for one, wish to simply say thank you. We appreciate it.
If I can throw in my kudos real quick in my terms, being 6 months in, you and your staff make it really easy to be a commissioner. So thank you.
No, thank you guys very much. We appreciate that. Staff definitely appreciates hearing that from you guys. So thank you.
All right. So this concludes today's meeting of the Oregon State Lottery Commission. The next meeting is scheduled on Friday, June 27th. Thank you all for attending today's meeting. The meeting is adjourned.